edition of the Bengaluru Tech Summit, which is one of the Asia's most prestigious and largest technology summits, organized by the Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, and co-hosted by the Software Technology Parks of India. It is indeed an eventful occasion, as this is the first full-fledged on-ground version of Bengaluru Tech Summit post the pandemic. The central theme of BTS 2022 is Tech for Next Gen, and will focus on electronics, information technology, deep tech, biotechnology, startups, and future technologies. As always, we have an interesting lineup of speakers, of very eminent and distinguished speakers for all the sessions, including this session as well. And we start our first session for the day, which is on digital public goods, which is breakthroughs in DPG implementation. I would now request our keynote speaker, Mr. Nitin Mishra, who is the Chief Technology Officer and President of Open Network for Digital Commerce, to please come on stage to deliver his keynote address. Mr. Nitin Mishra leads technology vertical at ONDC, led the technology vertical at GSTN, one of the most complex and largest tax reform India has ever witnessed, integrating across government, private, and public sector in record time. He's a founding member of a startup that focused on retail analytics. He has extensive experience transforming business imperatives in banking and finance, EDA, systems integration, etc., in line with technological innovations and current trends. I welcome you, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Namaskara, Bengaluru. Hegidara. A little bit of Kannada that I picked up while I was in Bangalore. Good morning, everyone. Let me start with more formal notes. Thank you to the organizers to giving ONDC, a stage to talk about what we have done, what we are trying to do, and try to demystify some of the, cryptic perception that has been built around ONDC. So commerce has been under a continuous evolution, and commerce on internet has been under continuous evolution over the last 20 years, right? We've started with a simple listing of items and products on a website to a complete life cycle of transaction, which basically happens on the internet. However, what has happened over the last 20-25 years, I think, while the stage has been set, this is the reality which we have witnessed, right? There are about 12 million small Kirana stores, and we have taken Kirana and grocery as a theme, who are present in India conducting their businesses, out of which only about 15,000 of them who have actually been online. And we are trailing much behind, some of our peer economies like China, UK, and trailing much behind than in US, where the penetration itself has crossed 50%. What are the challenges with the current setup? What has happened over time is, while the commerce evolution has happened, it happened on the backbone of technology. Now there are some people who were, or there were some organizations who are in the leading edge of innovation, have actually been able to capture most of the market. But with that, there are few large players who captured and who created monopolistic policies, right? And we keep talking to smaller retailers and smaller businessmen. What we come to hear, from them is that these monopolistic policies have actually increased the cost pressure on their, products and services. These monopolistic policies, information asymmetry, what is in demand at what time, what is the right price, creating artificial demand supply gaps to jack up prices, and then of course squeeze, revenues from the other. All these practices we have seen and we have heard, from the smaller merchants that we have been working with. So what is the solution to all this, right? What is India's offering is at this particular moment? And, as I said, this is India's decade. India is actually leapfrogging and taking lead in providing some of these solutions. The idea was to unbundle from large monolith platforms where both the buyers and the sellers are interacting on the same platform to an unbundled network-centric approach, right? Where each e-commerce ecosystem player can actually operate in their own domain and also gain value by interacting with each other on interoperable standard. So the whole e-commerce space has been unbundled, and when I say it has been unbundled, it is like unlike earlier where a logistics, a buyer and a seller are required to be on the same platform. Today, ONDC and ONDC-driven standards are ensuring that the buyer and the logistics and the seller platform can be on any platform and still be able to interact with each other on standard, as long as they talk the same grammar. One of the very common question that I get when I talk to people, when they ask what is ONDC, a very common perception around ONDC is that this is a platform. We have a large catalog and inventory of items. There is something called, buyer.ondc.org, and I can log in. ONDC is not a platform. ONDC is not in the business of e-commerce. ONDC is a business of facilitation. ONDC is an organization which is actually developing standards, protocols, where two e-commerce entities can talk to each other. We are also, as part of facilitation, developing the development kits, the the standardized way of reconciliation and settlement of money flow in the ecosystem. We are also establishing standards for the issues and grievance management, all driven by the participants. So it is primarily a participant and the ecosystem-driven initiative rather than an organizational or central-driven initiative. ONDC is not going to have a platform. If you guys are looking for an ONDC portal or an app to buy, please don't do that. There are participants which are registered on our portal. Please go and connect with one of those participants to perform your e-commerce purchases. These are some of the founding principles, right? Effectively, decentralization. There is no central focal point. All transactions on network happens peer-to-peer. Interoperability, right? Somebody would have developed a platform on let's say, Java or PHP can actually talk to somebody who's developed the platform on, let's say, Slang or Golang. Everything is open standard. If you go to GitHub, look for ONDC official, whatever ONDC is actually publishing, even in the draft stages, everything is up there available. We have published a lot of papers, a lot of protocols, inviting comments from the larger tech community. Please feel free to visit those, GitHub portal and then start providing your comments. Facilitation. The only role ONDC plays in an e-commerce transaction is discovery. After discovery, it is pretty much peer-to-peer. And that is the role of ONDC. ONDC is not only facilitating the discovery, they're also facilitating the whole interoperable framework that is being developed by the respective participants. We are hand-holding people with technology, with limited technology resources. We are enabling the large ecosystem players, the large technology giants to develop softwares which are low touch or zero touch. All of those things are part of the facilitation initiative that ONDC is right now working on. How does it work? A typical scenario where it used to be, as I said, a closed system, a platform for all logistics, for seller platform, buyer platform, even for issues and grievance management, to a completely unbundled, disparate network where a buyer could be sitting on any app as a platform, and a seller could be on any aggregator platform, and they can still be able to transact and exchange values with each other. And this is something which is very, very unique in its own sense, because effectively, built on top of experiences that we have had, that India has had with UPI, with Aadhaar. The same inspiration has been drawn into ONDC to create a completely democratized network. There is absolutely no need, as long as the participants are within the regulatory framework, they don't have to, talk to anybody in the network, but be able to transact peer-to-peer. How are we democratizing? Something that is one of the mission that ONDC has. We basically are helping the technology providers by defining standards and protocols to enable small merchants to come on board. They really don't have to go to the large existing market players. They can actually become a network participant on their own by simply trying to do their business and only using low touch or no touch softwares to get up and running as a marketplace. And this is something that is coming up. A few participants have already submitted white papers, and they are ready with their prototypes. So that is how we are enabling and democratizing the network. So far, the focus of the concentration of e-commerce has been primarily around the urban areas of tier 1, tier 2 cities. I think as a next step, we are going down to the rural scape. The software and the platforms, there are focus platforms who basically are looking at rural economy and rural producers and trying to bring them into the urban ecosystem and integrating them into the mainstream commerce. As I said, bringing non-tech savvy buyers, you don't have to really understand the intricacies and technology related complications. You can be simply, by a push of a button, you can be up and running and defining your catalog. So that is the direction that we are going on. We are trying to create a platform and a framework where it's absolutely easy for anyone to use. You don't have to be a tech savvy as long as you are able to use your phone or you are able to use basic internet. You should be able to conduct your businesses. This is what our pipeline currently looks like, and I'm really scared when I throw this slide up because it is changing with every passing hour. We are getting new participants signing up with us. We are getting new participants joining us. This 22 number that I updated last evening has already gone up to about 24. This 500 plus number is continuously evolving and continuously changing. The 50 plus participants, which we expect to take live in next few days. So that is the current state, what ONDC is looking like. These are some of the opportunities. You are all tech community, and I welcome you. I invite you to come and innovate with ONDC. You can develop your SDKs. We are looking at a concept called ONDC in a box. We are inviting white papers there. Please come build for it. Lightweight apps, super apps, intuitive guided buying experiences. This is one area of interest that ONDC will be focusing on now. If you can participate and collaborate and create something which is very, very unique and changes the way the buyer experiences are driven in e-commerce, will be really great. Some of the things that we are working on, online dispute resolution. Effectively, a dispute is key to any transaction. We are trying to bring up a framework. The paper is already there. You are invited to have a look at the paper and provide your comments. Reconciliation settlement, one of the fundamental pillars of innovation within ONDC. Unlike how the reconciliation and settlement happens today between the buyer and the seller, we are basically creating a framework, or we have defined a framework again there on ONDC with the ONDC GitHub with feedbacks. Please, I invite you to go and read and provide comments there. Last but not the least, ONDC is a concept from India to the world. Like UPI is going global, we expect ONDC also to take that leap with help of the participants. Please note, we are an ecosystem-driven initiative. We are not an organization, trying to redefine everything. It is actually an evolutionary concept. I invite the whole tech community across India, and then, of course, at some point in time across globe, to come and participate with us. With that, I come to an end. I hope I have been able to meet my time. Thank you so much for hearing me out. I'll be available for any question and answer later. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thoughts. I now request the rest of the panelists to please come on stage. Mr. Sanjay Anantram, who's a co-founder of NICE.org, Mr. Shankar Maruvada, who's a co-founder and CEO of Ekstep, and Mr. Rishikesh Mehta, who's a co-founder and chief evangelist of Credall, Mr. Kiran Anandam Pillai, who's advisor technology of National Health Authority, and Mr. B.G. Mahesh, who's a co-founder of Sahamati. Welcome, gentlemen. And Mr. Sanjay Anantram, who is going to be the moderator for this session. I now hand over the session to Mr. Sanjay.
So good morning, everybody. Job number one is to make sure that the mic works. It does, so good news. So thanks, Nitin, for that, for providing us the overview and context about India's pioneering digital public goods. And what we saw was one manifestation of that in action. India has pioneered digital public goods around the world. We have conceptualized, designed, developed, deployed DPGs at scale and under multiple use cases. And therefore, the breakthrough in DPG implementations is what we will talk of today. And we've got a very, very eminent group here who pretty much cover all the key implementations of DPGs that exist today. And all of these are pioneers globally. I want you to sort of understand that. And therefore, what you're going to hear from them is something that very, very few people around the world have imagined. So what I'm going to do now is start off with a question to all the panelists. And that is, given that India has done these DPGs and there are multiple use cases that each one of you represents, what is the set of learnings, the to-dos and not to-dos, to enable a successful implementation of a DPG? It's all very well to have something on paper, have a slide deck, but when the rubber meets the road, there are all kinds of challenges, right? And therefore, how do you orchestrate a successful DPG? I'll start with Shankar, and then we go down the panel.
Okay, good morning, everybody. When you're designing DPGs, the first thing is to think like a nation or a country and not like an organization. Because when you think like a country, you realize that there are diverse and competing stakeholders. There are various institutional and administrational units, each with their silos, boundaries, capabilities. And for every idea, there's always been opposition. And each of these diverse stakeholders have diverse objective functions they're trying to maximize. So when you think like a country, then you're thinking DPGs. When you think like an organization, you will not get DPG. The second is think, therefore, ecosystems and not systems. When you're thinking like an organization, you'll think like a system. You assume you can control everything in that system. But when you're thinking ecosystems, you have to cooperate. Different ecosystems have to cooperate with each other, right? There's a lot of give and take. There's a lot of negotiation. There's a lot of co-creation that happens. And it can be very frustrating, but that is the hallmark that you're on the road to creating a DPG. And a third is think values, think value for the user, think the values you're trying to put into the DPG, and think that the value of the DPG comes only from usage. It does not come from building technology. It does not come from better features, more features. The next is, when you're thinking of building, do not think of building the equivalent of cars and trucks. You're building roads and rails. The thinking has to be minimal. You're doing the absolute minimum possible. If it is Aadhaar, you're only doing one thing, proving identity. Because at the scale of India, you have to think about equity, you have to think about inclusion, you have to think about those with smartphones, with feature phones, with no phones, right? And this kind of thinking will essentially bring you down to what is the absolute minimum the DPG must do. And yeah, and when you're building something, you have to think the next 20 to 30 years. It's not enough to build a perfect product for that time. You have to think about with evolvability of technology, with more technology coming in, how does your DPG become better, right? You have to factor in evolvability into the design of the DPG. These are some of the things I think in terms of do's.
Great. Mahesh?
Yeah, thank you, Sanjay. See, I would say, firstly, for all those who will be involved in developing, this entire public rail, I would say it is very important for you to have a lot of patience. It is not a commercial institution which you'll think every week you are able to develop and show something. And the other part is you should be extremely inclusive, because whatever you develop, when you go and ask the actual participants, you should be very open to your criticism, okay, that it can be improved this way, improved that way. But at least what we have seen is it's very, very important that, whatever you do, especially the thing, right, specs, it should be blessed or owned by, like actually the government or something like that. Otherwise, it's not very easy sometimes for the folks to implement it. Example, like what we are doing in the space of the account aggregator, because it is blessed by all the financial regulators. You see the banks and NBFCs who are actually using it. But if it is not owned by an institution, the actual specs, it becomes a problem. Afterwards, what happens is you may have specs, everything may look good. You have to partner, you have to seed and work very closely, the first few years with some excellent technology service providers, because it is those institutions which will actually go and have your specs implemented. And it is very important to see to that, okay, the participants who actually come in the beginning, who we call as the like it has to be extremely, startups may not actually work. But say, for example, in our account aggregator, we were very fortunate that all the large private banks, that they actually came on. So when the large institutions actually bless your work, what indirectly happens is the entire ecosystem feels that this entire DPG is actually there to stay or is over.
Thanks, Mahesh. That was an interesting point you made about the big companies coming on board. Rishi.
Thanks. So, look, I work on the credit piece, right, which is the Open Credit Enablement Network. And, just building on what Mahesh and Shankar said, I think one of the most important things is changing your mindset. So, coming from the private sector, you tend to think of building products within a framework of rules, right? These are the regulations. This is what I have to stay within. I think in this role and job that what we're trying to do is you have to imagine what the end state is. And in our particular, like in the OCAN end state, it is like, can I deliver sachet credit in less than 10 minutes to anyone in the country? The rules are for us to frame, right? Obviously with ecosystem feedback. So that's a big change. Like you have to say there are no rules, there are no fences. Now, how would I build an ecosystem? And then you work backwards on what needs to change to make that a reality. So that's one big learning. The second one is, look, the way this works typically is you go concept, sell it to the ecosystem, then you execute a reference implementation to show everyone that it works. And then the third step is to scale. Now, during the concept and the concept stage and the reference implementation build stage, I think, what Mahesh said, patience is really key, right? Because large organizations are building the muscle to be able to do something completely new. Like NBFCs, are more agile, but banks you'll hear say that, look, I don't want to give a loan below 25,000 bucks. It's not, worth it for me to do that. And you have to go convince them, no, it is worth it for you to give a 160 rupee loan for a 90-day period, right? So it takes a lot of time and effort. You start with the CEO, you go down to the CRO, you go to the compliance officers, the business heads, the legal guys. So it takes months before someone is even agreeing to do this, and then a few more months to participate because the structures are built for manual processes. They haven't built the tech, and which is why, like Mahesh said, you need a big TSP ecosystem. So extreme patience, right? It takes time. It takes time to build up, and then it explodes over time. The other thing is to be extremely transparent and, as Mahesh said, open to feedback. There's no point in hiding anything because you're building this for the ecosystem, not to sound like a politician, but it's for the people, by the people, and for the companies also in the ecosystem. So it's best to take feedback and then evolve this slowly to what is the best state or the most evolved state for that particular time period. So that's what I think. I mean, and the final thing is this openness to feedback, right? It's a double-edged sword because you will find lenders wanting to stay the way they are. Like people don't want the status quo disrupted, and all of us being in tech, you are trying to disrupt that status quo because they are afraid that if this, it gets tech-enabled, then smaller players will be able to compete with my distribution. Smaller players are worried that larger players will have lower cost of capital, etc. So there's all this fear mindset also, which you have to get, work through and convince them to get on with it. But I mean, once the hard work is done, we are actually in between stage 2 and 3 currently on OCAN. It becomes relatively easier, but I think it'll be, say what UPI is today to payments 6 years in, I think it'll probably take that long, if not longer, for it to happen with credit as well. So that's my learning.
And someone who knows the value of patience more than a lot of other people, Kiran, how about you?
Morning, everyone. So the digital public goods I've been working on is in healthcare. So probably not as familiar as some of the other people sitting here. So this is the Ayushman Bharat digital mission. And it's a far more complex. I think sometimes in UPI, you can't have UPI if the banks don't participate. And so you had to convince maybe 20, 25 banks to participate. In healthcare, we have 200,000 providers who need to really come on board and say, okay, I'm going to participate, right? So in terms of success, I think, you're asking what could make something successful. I think one thing that, at least in healthcare, we found that while there are tons of potential use cases, I think picking the ones that the ecosystem and the entities who want to participate value the most, and then hammering that down as the first set of use cases. I think being very thoughtful about picking that, I think, is quite important. The second thing that we are also finding, and it's more, I think in some of the other ones also we have had this challenge, which is the economic model for these use cases something that the participants are happy with, right? If you don't have that economic model, I think again getting that adoption and that stickiness seems to be quite tricky. The third thing is actually what is the, all of these DPIs ultimately is about, there is a DPI, there's a bunch of tech, but it's really about an ecosystem before you can really reach consumers and participants. Now, who is this entity who is actually helping build the DPI? What level of trust do they actually have with the ecosystem participants to bring them together? I think has been very, very important. I think success of a DPG is going to significantly dependent on the kind of entity, what kind of powers and structure, how much, with the government, distance from the government also, it's going to have. And I think that balance, I think all of us in the different DPGs actually have very different structures. And I think that's an evolving area. And I think it's going to be interesting for as India experiments with these models. I think that's also something that we'll probably explore as to what's the right way to structure the governance layers of a DPG.
Thanks, because I think on this panel, we have very different sets of governance models, which is talk. Yeah, Nitin.
So thank you, Sanjay. One of the advantages and also the disadvantages of being last in the row is that all that you were thinking is the answer has been covered by the previous participants. So because everyone has 3 points, so I really had to cook 3 points. But on a serious note, there are 3 very key learnings. I think in some form, all the eminent panelists have actually covered it. But I'd want to just summarize and then try to give them a different shape basis my experience. There are 3 most important things, at least that I take as a learning, building the second large digital public good. One is to phase out the requirement, phase out the project. Don't try to build everything on day one, right? You identify the small, while keep having a vision, a large vision, the big picture, but make sure that you break that whole big picture into smaller milestones and try to achieve these milestones, fail fast, recover, and then move on. Be ready for accepting the change to your path. I mean, you may have a vision, but then your way to realize that vision would definitely be different. I mean, you may have started with something in the beginning with some path in mind, and you may actually change it depending upon the learning that you have. The second important point that I would want to stress upon is don't build for India or world. Build with India and with the world. Collaborate. Don't try to crack any problem on your own. Keep the stakeholders in your mind when you're actually building something and build with them. One of the key learnings that I've had personally, building GSTN. When initially we went out, we basically simply built a software with certain CAs in mind and developed it and then delivered it, which basically created a havoc in the ecosystem. After which we basically went to each state, major cities, and then we started talking to the real users of the system. And we started taking those feedbacks. And after that, a lot of learning came in. The very word that has been written on the portal actually meant differently for different people. So this was the second most important point. And third point, of course, keeping stakeholders handy. And stakeholder is not just an ecosystem. It is also the interest of the stakeholders which are involved in the decision making. Government also has a stake into what we are building, right? You cannot really take government off and build for the world and then hope that it works, because that whole ecosystem has to work in a regulated environment just to make sure that there are no inefficiencies and things start falling through the crack. So these are, in my opinion, 3 core learnings that I have had, from my experiences building the DPG.
So, essentially run a marathon in 100-meter sprints, collaborate, network, partner, build ecosystems, have enormous patience, and think in terms of creating economic value for everybody. Else there is no real incentive for others to participate. So that's some of the quick summary of what you guys said. Now, let me come to each of you so that we'll sort of go a little deeper into each of your own areas. Starting with you, Shankar. at Ekstep, you've got a DPG in the broad area of education. We've seen a massive spike in online education, all of that, thanks to COVID. Now, given that you're operating as an open source DPG play in education, how would you characterize the uniqueness of what you have to offer vis-a-vis all the other big private players out there who are non-DPG?
Firstly, what Extra Foundation is a philanthropic organization. So we build open source technologies and then anybody can use it. So we partnered with the government of India to create a platform called Diksha using our open source project called Sunbird. You can go to sunbird.org. It's a set of building blocks as digital public goods. Diksha, in the last 4 years, has gone on to become the world's largest, most diversified education platform in the world.
Please repeat that.
Yeah.
I want the audience to hear, because a lot of this is not known.
Yeah, it's not known. Government is not the best at doing a sales job, right? The world's largest, most diversified, free-to-use school platform in the world. 200,000 plus pieces of content. 32 languages, including dialects of India like Gond, Halbi, etc. Content created by more than 12,000 teachers, NGOs which are out there. All through trusted institutional sources like the 60 plus boards of education. 60 billion plus minutes of learning in the last 5 years. 8 million teachers who have taken online courses and between them have got 100 million plus verifiable credentials that they have completed the course. The same technology is in all of your pockets. If you've got a COVID certificate, it has a verifiable QR code. It comes from Sunbird. That again is the power of DPG. Once you build it, others can use it in other sectors, in other contexts, in other countries. So Sunbird essentially is a set of building blocks, each providing a very specific capability. The capability to access relevant, trusted content through a physical means, QR code as an example, is one building block. So today, 600 million textbooks in India are approximately carrying 15 billion QR codes, which become GPS points for the learner to say, I'm on this topic, I want more digital content. Imagine if that is opened up from the textbooks to the ecosystem, where a Byju's can offer, use my app, I'll get you better content for physics than Diksha. An NGO can say, I will offer content in your local language because you don't have good content. So to go back to your question, a DPG that can be leveraged by the whole ecosystem, including Sarkar Samaj Bazaar, is how we will solve our education problem, not through a better app, a better platform, a better technology. Because at the heart of it, and I've been part of the Aadhaar startup team and now here, education is a lot about trust, it's about habits, it's about years and years of doing the same thing before you see any results. It's not technology to replace human beings, it's technology to augment human beings. So when there's a special educator in a tribal area working with a differently able child, how can the technology help that teacher there, the parent? That is how India is innovating in terms of technology, right? The power of UPI is a large extent because of a simple QR code. And it is these building blocks that as Xstep we are creating, we are working with a lot of ecosystem to see how it can be created in a lot of ways. So it's just the start. And NDEAR, National Digital Education Architecture, which is the equivalent of India Stack for education, is a policy of the government of India. We were part of the committee. That policy is being open to the ecosystem. In fact, this afternoon at 2 p.m. there's a workshop to get public feedback on the policy. So in the coming months, we expect to see a lot of action. State governments, local governments, for-profits, not-for-profits, each leveraging these building blocks that NDEAR talks about, 36 of them, to either create those building blocks as a public good or consume it. So it's an exciting time. And like with other things like what Kiran said and Nitin said, India will take this to the world. Already 17 countries are interested across Africa, Latin America, and Southeast Asia, of course, around India's neighbors. They want to take the technology, and India in turn has offered Diksha itself as a public good for the rest of the world. It is India's contribution to the world. Anybody can go and take the code and build their own platform with nothing to do with India. That is the Indian model, and that is what we are excited about. Thank you.
Incredible stuff. Essentially ties in with what all of you have said. You're not competing, you're collaborating, you're building the underlying guardrails on top of which, let's say, a Byju's and others can work off.
Nandan calls it, we love to be called as plumbers. We're not interior designers, right? But if the plumbing is not there, that house won't not going to smell pretty. It might look good, right? But plumbing, in a way, is also at the heart of DPG.
Absolutely. So coming to you, Mahesh, you are literally created a new organization, created a new set of entities that is doing stuff that very few people, I'm sure, in this room are aware of, but very critical in that it empowers people when they have to deal with financial information, either as a borrower, as a lender, as a transactor, etc. Please talk to us about what account aggregator is and how it benefits the end user.
Sure, Sanjay. So, even before I explain what an account aggregator does, I think you all understand, okay, that after we started using the UPI app, it removed the entire friction in the entire payment space. It was very, very easy, like if you had to give me, like anything. In the past, I had to share with you my bank statement, and the amount of friction is very high. And also, we had an issue about the privacy because I have to share with you, my bank account number, even though it had to be it is not going to be an everyday payment, a one-time payment. So the UPI, you saw the way it was done, it has removed the friction. The account aggregator also, it will do exactly the same thing. It makes it very easy for you to share, any of your financial information. It could be your bank statement, your insurance policy, any of those, or your, like example, portfolio investment. So until now, when you go to a bank and when you apply for a loan, okay, to a large extent, they look at only, with your bank statement. Okay, but there are many of us who have, something more, like, you have FDs, investments, which are not held in the same bank. So it becomes very, very hard when you apply for a loan or anything to go to each of your institutions to get the hard copy, of the statements and have that, signature of somebody from that institution. It becomes very hard. Also, what is happening is this entire space, account aggregator or any of us, what we are working here, we want to ensure it has a huge impact in the country, and it will even like anybody, whether it's a street vendor or an auto rickshaw driver, should be able to use any of our products. So now, if somebody wants to go and apply for a loan, and which actually happens, which we may not understand. We do know many people who apply for an everyday loan of like only say 800 rupees or something like that. Now, if they have to apply for a loan with a bank, it won't work out. You can't expect a street vendor, to get a hard copy of the statement, to walk into a bank, fill the form, and apply for a loan, which will be, they take the loan in the morning and in the evening it is paid out. So for all such things, all these people, they go to the private lenders where they pay an interest rate of every day of up to 10%. Every day up to 10%. But with account aggregator, what happens, the one who wants to take a loan from the phone, like how using UPI, you are able to make a payment. From the phone, you're easily able to, share your bank statement. Okay, and any bank, will be happy to read the statement because it will be in your digital form. It will have your digital signature of your bank. So which means nobody is able to tamper your bank statement, and instantly, I mean instantly, the lender is able to tell you whether are you going to get a loan, and if it is approved instantly using UPI, they're able to get the money. So with account aggregator, you are able to share any of your information, and anybody who is seeking your information, they are required to also declare what is the purpose for which they are going to request for the information and for how long they want to use the information. As of now, what is happening, when you apply for a loan or anything else, you give your statements, and you don't know who all are in that bank or NBFC is able to see the statement, for what it is used. Is it used only for loan, or is it something else? Is it used even after 1 year? With account aggregator, the entire control is with the citizen. They know for what this information is being used, for how long it is being used.
Thanks. Rishi, I've just been signaled by the organizers that we need to speed up just to make sure that we're on time. Am I right? Excellent. Okay. So Rishi is responsible for something called OCEN, which again, I'm quite certain very few people are aware of. Very quickly tell us, what is OCEN and how does it solve the challenge that, let's say, an MSME faces with regard to accessing lending?
Sure. So let me start with the challenge, right? So look, manual processes are the enemy of being able to do sachet products. And today you could argue that lending is digital, but there's some version, they call it phygital, where there's some digital, some physical. And there are very few completely digital processes where you can actually get money almost instantly after applying for the loan. So that is the first problem. So if it costs 3,000 to 5,000 rupees to convert a customer, to acquire one, logically, like if you know banking enough, usually you need a 3 to 5 lakh rupee loan to justify acquiring that customer. So that obviously excludes the whole bottom of the pyramid. The second problem is all these processes are non-standard. Like, so each bank will have its own APIs, own various steps, and so on. And Amazon, Flipkart will have their own steps. And in the negotiation, you lose a lot of time. Very few integrations happen. So they have happened, but obviously in a very chaotic manner. So OCEN solves two problems. One is it's a completely digital flow. So all the other digital goods that you're aware of, Aadhaar, UPI, account aggregator, are used in the flow. That brings down the cost of doing this manually. It's a completely digital process. The second piece is we've standardized it, even the steps. So, that where it comes in the whole process of convincing lenders to do this. And the third thing we've done is we've started creating new use cases which lenders haven't done in the past. Look, for 40 years, you give 3 or 4 types of loan products and you could call them different names, but essentially they're the same. I'll give you money, pay it back in installments, so on, that sort of product, right? Now, what we've done is we've started with a reference use case called Gem Sahay, which is built with the government e-marketplace for purchase order financing. That is live. As a pilot, we've given about 15 crores of loans. And what we're most proud of is the size of the smallest loan, 160 rupees, for a 90-day loan or something like that. You wonder why would someone take a loan, but they have. The average ticket size is about 40,000 and the largest is about 10 lakhs. So the use case works now. And this is all happens from the start of the user journey to money in the account in less than 10 minutes, right? So that is the first use case. The second one we're building with SIDBI, it's called GST Sahay for invoice financing. And then finally, we'll open it up to the market. So think about a company, it's like a Spice Money, which operates in the rural areas, doing milk receipt financing for dairy farmers, or even financing a water buffalo. So all these use cases, which previously lenders wouldn't touch because they were very expensive to do, which we've now reduced the cost. We work with the various infra providers also to try to reduce the cost so that it becomes viable. And the last thing I'll say before stopping, Tata Capital is live on this. And, one of the things that business had said to us resonates with how this is so inclusive for the whole country. Is like, we would have never opened up a branch in the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. But through this reference implementation, we have been able to give the first few loans over there. And that's what has changed their mindset, because you don't need establishment costs anymore. You can just lend and collect digitally. And I think that's what will change. And that is true inclusion, where you can actually have small NBFCs compete with large lenders. So it's not only inclusive for the users, it's also inclusive for companies. It's not that you have to be at scale to be able to participate. So that's what OCEN, is going to attempt to achieve going forward.
So just tell everybody what OCEN stands for.
So it's the Open Credit Enablement Network.
Thanks. So coming to you, Kiran, you're dealing with something that is mind-bogglingly complex, given the number of entities, state, center, multiple providers, even worse, insurance companies, citizens, etc., etc. Given all of that, what is the vision for NHA? And given it's a long process, right? How do you think we will achieve it?
I think we won't have time to cover all of that. So let's talk a bit about what we are at least trying to do at a very
Just bullet
high
points.
level, right?
Just
I
bullet
think
points.
all of us have been experiencing some form of digital healthcare. I can't remember, almost certain that everybody in this room got their COVID report digitally as a PDF. Now, the problem is that we aren't really creating longitudinal health records. Like if you really want to look at your long-term health, ideally it's easy for you to collect all your health records digitally. So that's the first problem we're solving. The way we do it is each of you have to get yourself something we now call as an Ayushman Bharat health account. Just like you have a UPI app, there are now 5 apps out there. So you can just download any of these apps and actually get your AHA. And then when you go to a hospital, you share it. So if you go to any of Karnataka's government hospitals, KCG, Jayanagar General, CV Raman, you'll see a little QR code out there. You take one of these apps, you scan it, instantly you're registered with the hospital software. So fully interoperable. You don't know what the software on the other side is. You're using a different app. And now any health record that hospital produces automatically starts showing up on your phone and you starts getting added to your digital record. So this is one flow that we are doing. Now that you have all of your records, you can share it with your consent with any other doctor or insurer or whoever wants it. And of course, a lot of people are looking at how do I look at those records to give you better information for your own personal health and fitness, right? So one big problem that we are trying to solve is this personal health information flows, right? The second area that the government is trying to solve, and it's something more B2B, is really between how your insurance payment flows works between payers and providers. That's kind of pretty broken, so I won't get into it. But we are seeing a lot of interest in traction between healthcare providers and payers for these new standards that will enable them to process these claims and track it at a far, far lower cost than they do today.
You're creating a new language for...
Yes, it's called the Health Claims Exchange to be able to do that. The last bit is actually for digital health services. So imagine today that the best experience for a teleconsultation requires both your doctor and your patient to actually use the same application provider. Now, what we're doing is, but doctors actually don't like doing that. They're like, hey, any of my patients should be able to use any app, right? So what UHI or the Unified Health Interface, which is modeled on the same thing as Beacon and ONDC does, is it allows the doctor to use any app of their choice. And they can go and say, okay, I am available at these times. This is the price I want to charge for a teleconsultation and so on. And they give away their doctor ID to the patient. And a patient can find the doctor by just putting in the doctor ID, booking an appointment, make a payment, share their health records, get records back, completely interoperable. So I think, and that's just one use case of UHI. So 3 big areas that we're trying to solve. Again, like I said, picking initial use cases and trying to get it to go, but long journey, because I think the big issue is absolutely no regulatory support. And it's all completely voluntary, which means unless we can convince healthcare providers that there is a good reason for them to participate.
And insurers as well.
And insurers as well. It's going to be a very tough ecosystem to kind of kick off.
Got it. So, clearly, but these are all unbelievably transformational in their fundamental design, right? And that is life is decreasing, right? And that's the important thing. So coming to you, Nitin, we heard your excellent presentation on ONDC and all of that. One of the big concerns that everybody has, you talked about preventing monopolies from capturing spaces, the rise of powerful entities and so on, which is what one of the big challenges in e-commerce today is. And through your unbundling, etc., you're attempting to make it more democratic. The question is, how do you ensure in ONDC that that same asymmetry of power is not presented? So if some of the large platforms come onto ONDC, how do you ensure they don't sort of distort the play?
Sanjay, this is a very valid concern. And in fact, when we started discussing ONDC as a concept, this came to everybody's mind. How do we ensure that ONDC as an ecosystem do not become sort of just 2 or 3 large players defining these standards? So I think, as I said, during my presentation also, this is actually trying to build with India, right? You are trying to create a stakeholder ecosystem which includes the smaller players. So that is one, main thing where we are trying to understand problems. So for example, the whole reconciliation framework that we have built, one of the fundamental problem with the sellers was that their working capital, their cost of capital was actually increasing because of the delays in working capital settlements, which increased their cost also and which increased the prices also, which made them less competitive than the others. So as part of the reconciliation framework, we had made sure that right from the point of digital transfer, we have an API contract, right, where once the transaction takes place,
That's a
all
blockchain kind of thing.
we'll come to that. It's not yet blockchain, but then the system has been built in such a way that tomorrow, if you have a blockchain, it'll actually work and it'll do all the cases that Kiran and Mahesh also talked about, where it becomes an authority, a source of authority for truth. For you to seek loans, create financial instruments, create credit ratings, create badges, all those use cases are possible. So reconciliation and settlement will ensure your reputation is also is taken care of. At the same time, the money movement becomes faster, right? We are saying the money actually moves from one direction to another and value from other to here. Earlier, what used to happen is there used to be a huge reconciliation of monthly 30 to 45 day cycle. And we know that, there are some large players who actually practice it. By trying to make this ecosystem more efficient of money movement, automatically your working capital cost, since your cost of capital is coming down, your working capital flow, your capital turnover actually becomes much faster. So that is one part. The second part is we are also working on nudge ecosystem, where we are actually going out to technical, to technology partners, asking them to build for these guys, right? So, for example, there are 3 partners who've actually built a completely zero-touch platform. You can simply go to any of the cloud, you will find e-commerce as a service. You click that service, it automatically, creates a complete serverless. And I'm sorry, I'm getting a little technical here, but the whole platform gets ready in under 30 minutes, including the catalog that you have to have, right? By enabling such kind of a platforms, and we are actually now reaching out to these small towns, small kiranas, small time retailers, to start onboarding onto them, and they themselves become network participant, taking control of their own business. So some of these initiatives in together, and of course the ODR mechanism that we talked about a while ago, where grievances, issues, and the disputes are bound to happen in an unbundled and transaction-oriented ecosystem. If you build a setup, if you build a framework that enables, seamless transfer of issues and grievances in both directions, from respondent to the complainant and complainant to the respondent, I think all of these put together will ensure that there is not one or few large market players will take control of the ecosystem.
Okay, so that's good, very, very good news, because that's one of the big concerns everybody has. How do you ensure that the big guys don't capture it? So, so we've got educated thanks to Shankar. We were able to borrow some money with our consent and share it thanks to Mahesh and Rishi. We've taken care of our health, and we know our commerce is also safe. So thanks very much for all of that. So what I'll do is, I think we're running out of time. Muskan, how are we doing on time? 5 more minutes? Great. So I think we've got time perhaps for one question. And please make sure it's a question, not a long speech. I think that hand went up first, right? So I'll have that young man there on the extreme right. Yeah, start. So we'll have one question from here and one question from the other side. But please ask a specific question. State your name.
Yeah, I'm Mustafa Sharif here. My question is to Mr. Nitin. Okay, don't you think with the ONDC, you are going to crush or affect the startups and the existing players in this industry?
I'll try to be loud.
Okay, don't you think with the ONDC, you're going to crush or affect the existing players or startups in this e-commerce industry?
No, I didn't get your name. You're?
Mustafa Sharif. Mustafa Sharif.
Okay.
Mustafa Sharif.
Answer is no, and it's just something that we've been talking. We are creating an interoperable framework, right? We are not creating a new framework to basically, disable the existing players in the market. The existing players in the market will play a larger role now, right? I mean, effectively today if there is any slack anywhere available, right, and that is actually not getting utilized, utilizing the slack itself makes sure that your overall efficiency goes up, your costs come down, your revenue goes up, and so your profit also goes up. I have a feeling that the existing players have a lot to gain from ONDC rather than to not gain from it, for a very obvious reason, because their market expansion and market reach for their buyers as well as for their sellers actually increases significantly. So on the contrary, I see, this is a unique concept that will provide avenues for massive growth into their
Nitin,
existing
I'll have to interrupt in the interest of time. One last question from this side, please. If no question from this side, then we'll come here. There's a lady at the back. Yeah, sorry about this. We're running really short on time. Yes, please. Last question, and then I think we're done, right, Muskan? Yeah.
So when you say blockchain, how do you intend to implement it? Because there are so many ways you can automate operations and just cut costs, wipe them off.
Yeah.
So how do you intend to start with it?
Now, that's a question perhaps we can deal with offline, how to implement stuff. One question, please, quick, the mic here, and then we are done. Short, brief, crisp.
My question is for Kiran. Having that centralized health record for the citizens is a good initiative, but it also comes with the flip sides, right? So how do we take care that insurance companies basically will not misuse that particular information, and not exceeding the prices or not offering the insurance and things like that?
Thank you.
Yeah. So firstly, it's not a centralized architecture. The whole health record initiative is actually completely federated. So people who create the records actually keep the records, and then the central system only has a piece of it.
And they share based on consent.
Yeah. So, and it's all consent driven. So there's a lot of safeguards that are being put into place so that there's no misuse. I mean, a lot more detail that has to go into what the consent framework does, but a lot of the ideas, I mean, abuse of consents is something that I think every DPG is looking at very closely, and will essentially, a lot of safeguards will come into it.
Including ODR and all that. Great. Thank you all very much. All that remains for me is to say thank you for coming here. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. I hope it was useful for all of you. And thank you very much for being an awesome audience. Thank you.
Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for this very insightful session. I now request Mr. Sridhar Pabishetty, who is the founding director of Kautilya School of Public Policy, to please come on stage and give away the tokens of gratitude to our wonderful panelists. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I also have a small announcement to make. Our next session, which is on driving innovation beyond the venture capital support ecosystem, will be starting very soon. I request all of you to be please seated and attend the session as well. Thank you. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
You're now listening to the sounds of DJ Blitz.
Once again, a very warm welcome to you all to the 25th edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit, organized by the Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, and co-hosted by the Software Technology Parks of India. We now have our second session for the day, which is driving innovation beyond the venture capital support ecosystem. I now request our panelists to please come on stage. Ms. Saina Denugara, who's a VP Brand and Marketing, Trika. Mr. Prashant Adurti, who's a co-founder of Manjal. Miss Nitya Madappa, who's a director of 314 Capital. Mr. Manjunatha Kukuru, who's the AVP and principal of incubating emerging technology offerings at Infosys. Welcome, panelists. And I now request Ms. Saina to please take over the session. She is going to be the moderator for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. And I think it's very encouraging to see a full house. So let me, before we introduce ourselves, let us get to know the audience a little better. So how many founders, entrepreneurs over here, people who are running their own businesses? Okay. How many people who want to run their own businesses? Okay. All right. And how many investors here? People who invest in startups, not generally people who invest in the stock markets and so on. Okay, I can see one or two half-hearted investors in the crowd. Okay. So what we will hope to do over the next 45 minutes to 50 minutes is try and decode a little bit about not just how the venture capital or investment ecosystem in India has evolved and where it is at the moment. We also try and bring in strains of beyond venture capital, right? What are the avenues for startups, for businesses to actually engage with industry and leverage some of the networks that have been built into some of the largest conglomerates in India to actually, perhaps access capital, but more importantly, access market and access customers. Okay, so that will be the broad framework. I will try and keep it as interactive as possible. So while we're discussing something, if someone has a question, please just raise your hand and we'll try and incorporate your thoughts and ideas and your questions into our conversation, because we are here and we are talking because of all of you that are in the audience, right? So let's start with you, Prashant. You want to quickly just give us an introduction to yourself. What have you been up to in your life and where are you presently?
Sure. So I've been part of the startup ecosystem for the past 7 years in two avatars. One as an entrepreneur. I have started two companies one in as a fintech in the Alcobev segment, we're digitizing the cash flow, and another one in a confluence of edtech and assisted commerce. Both of these companies were acquired. I'm now on my third stint, which is Manjal, where we are driving financial inclusion through working with large B2B and agri-tech companies. In my other avatar, I'm a founder. I've been the founder for the past 6-7 years. I've also been giving back to the startup ecosystem. I'm an angel investor. I've invested in about 40-50 companies, mentored many of them through my journey. And I'm also serving as the co-president of Stanford Angels and Entrepreneurs of India.
All right, thank you, Prashant. So he wears two hats. He's been an entrepreneur. He also is an investor. So I think he's seen the best and worst of both worlds. Manju?
Yeah, hi, Saina. Hello, everyone. This is Manjunath. I am from Infosys, and largely over the last more than 20 years, my focus has been on emerging technology research and incubation. Obviously, straddled around different domains from manufacturing to retail, banking to biotechnology, etc. But largely, the focus has been looking at emerging technologies of that age and creating new intellectual property for Infosys. Largely then from a startup point of view, the idea is to facilitate inorganic engagement with startups with an intent to create market access for the startups in our ecosystem. So today we drive the program called the Infosys Innovation Network, and we have a little over 200 startups that we have curated. And the primary agenda is to find customers and create opportunities for these startups.
All right, very interesting. So I think with Manju, what we'll discuss is it's often said customer money is better than investor money. And we'll try and delve into, by partnering with an organization like Infosys and the many programs that they run, how as founders you can actually chase customer money first before you go to investors for capital. Nitya.
Hi, everyone. I'm Nritya Malappa. I'm a director at 314 Capital, one of India's leading early stage venture capital firms. We manage about 650 million deployed in assets, deployed across sectors, whether it's enterprise SaaS and automation, fintech, consumer brands, medtech, and also several in deep tech. We handle about 80 companies now across our portfolio. Some of our most famous, which you might know, are companies like Licious, Darwinbox, Open and Jupiter in the neo-banking space, Yulu, which are all of the blue bikes you would see around Bangalore. We're very, very proud partners to all of our companies. Just a bit about myself. Before I joined hands with a dear friend and classmate of mine, again from Stanford, who's a founder of 314 Capital, Pranav, I actually was an operator for over a decade in multiple high growth companies. And in each of my roles there, besides growing business and the growth both within India and outside for these companies, what I also did was help them architect their fundraisers and all of their exits. The last company I was a part of was a part of a $2 billion transaction with Brookfield, and after which I sort of donned my investor hat full time. I also work with our portfolio very closely on exactly this, how you think about fundraise, how you think about exits, the companies that you choose to partner with, which geographies you like to go to. So happy to share all of that today.
All right, brilliant. So Nitya, let's start with you only. Give us a sense of, often we don't think of a VC firm as entrepreneurial, right, in its DNA. But a lot of funds that have come up in India in the last 10 odd years, right? 314 is one of them. There are several other domestic venture capital funds that have been instituted with capital primarily from India. And when we interact with a lot of those managing partners, they are very entrepreneurial in their DNA, right? So can you give us a sense, give everyone here an overview of what it takes to run a venture capital fund in India?
That's a lot. So we can start from a few different places. Again, when we began 314 just about 6.5, 7 years ago, the idea was, yes, could we create a venture firm that we wish we had as partners on the other side of the table when we were each building? So 314's makeup from the get-go, actually none of us really had
investing experience before we started this. We were all engineers or entrepreneurs in our own kind. We came together to form this unit, started with what is now seems like a relatively small amount of money, which is about $16 million in 2016. And out of that actually managed to find 2, 3 massive winners, which have now become category creators. All of that wasn't by accident, especially building a VC firm requires you, and particularly an Indian domiciled one. And you have a very huge responsibility to do a lot of these things, right? And to grow a broader ecosystem of capital around you. So when you think about finding the best entrepreneurs and betting in them, that is the best part of the job. There's a lot of it that goes into architecting and getting the right kind of money, the right kind of investors investing in you. I think a lot of people don't realize that venture capitalists don't invest their own money. They're investing on behalf of their own investors and limited partners who are usually global or domestic in nature. And we have a boss too, right? So managing that, having and infusing people faith, right? Like telling them to take that leap of faith in you, especially when you're actually, at least at 314 Capital, the average age is about 29. We're down the middle, 50% of us are women in both investing and non-investing roles. So we look, we sound, we are very unusual when you look at the broader venture landscape, not just in India or globally. But building that, one was of course the faith of the investors, which is a very, very precious thing. And it only, the way you prove it is how you work with them and what returns you give to them. But then architecting that and working with the government again, not just in being completely compliant by the existing rules for how a venture fund should operate in India, but also working with the regulators very closely to help them define policy of how to govern not just this asset class, but also our companies, because our companies, are usually disruptors in whatever field that they're building. The regulation just hasn't been built. Like when e-pharmacies became a thing, we didn't have regulations to actually govern that business model at all. So working very actively with regulators is a big part of our job in not just educating, but having that continuous dialogue to see how we could govern all of these industries together. So that's a small glimpse of a lot of the things we have to work on day to day.
Okay. So, Prashant, from your point of view as a founder, right, how would you say the venture capital ecosystem and generally outside, beyond venture capital, right, corporate venture funds and so on and so forth have evolved in the last 10 years? You've had 2 entrepreneurial stints. I believe in the first one, you worked very closely with, a corporate partner as well. So tell us from your journey as a founder, how have you seen the landscape evolve?
So interesting, when I was working on the concept of HIPAA, we were seeded by Diageo India. We were their first investment in India after USL, right? So it was a very, very interesting experience as a founder for me, and seeing, we didn't think that a corporate would be the place that you would go for funds in the first place, but there was a lot of empathy. We were in a particular space. The conversations were syncing up. So I'm seeing that a lot of corporates, and Manjunath will talk a little bit more about that, about how he's doing this with Infosys, but there are a lot of corporates right now who are trying to engage with the startup ecosystem purely because now they've realized that they're no longer the hub, the holders of innovation. If you looked at the when I came to India back in mid 2000s, that time the source of innovations were mostly the conglomerate structures, the Tatas, the Reliance, because they had access to capital, access to talent. Now that has been disintermediated, right? Like now you can be outside this particular corporate ecosystem and have access to talent and capital. So what was our learnings when we were engaging with someone like Diageo, who was an incredible investor, very empathetic? They'd done this before globally. We were the first startup investment in India. There are 2 phases to what a corporate must understand when they're investing in a startup. In the early stage, it's all about market validation, and later on, it's about market access. Or until market validation happens, you don't open the door to market access. So the Diageo team was very, very helpful with us, right? Where they actually helped us with a lot of our market validation. And slowly, as we started to scale, opened up doors for market access. The con of it, and this is a learning that we figured out slowly, and this is something that corporates, I'm sure, will figure out, is that you can't have public listed governance on a startup, right? So I think that's something that was a learning phase we learned together. And what I would say is that that's something that's still evolving, because the corporates have been used to working in a particular framework. Suddenly you put a startup over there, which is a free radical. They are like having their own thoughts, having their own views, whims, fancies, and suddenly pivots is like a natural progression every other week. This is something that's not digestible. So unless and until they have a separate structure within that corporate entity to manage that startup, it becomes very infeasible. They'll get lost in the quagmire of that particular corporate. That was what that's what I'm seeing as the growing trend.
Okay, so which brings us to Manju, and I think it's very interesting. I think if you can give the audience a little bit of an overview to how Infosys has structured this a little bit, right? So there is a corporate venture fund which does purely perhaps financial investments into startups. There is the work that you do, right, which is more market access and handholding and nurturing startups from a business point of view. So give us an overview of what Infosys does, the different dimensions of it, and let's try and address some of the points that Prashant brought up.
Sure. In fact, I think many of the points Prashant mentioned kind of lead into, how we have been trying to make this work for all of us. So like you rightly said, we have historically had a fund or, a mechanism where we do invest in startups, which is called the Infosys Innovation Fund. Though it's not a separate legal entity, it comes from our balance sheet, etc. And we continue to do that. But what we also realized is that you'll not be able to scale beyond a certain number of startups. And the dynamics of the startup investment that you have made are very different, both for Infosys and for our clients. With the Infosys Innovation Network that we started about 2.5 years ago, we'll be able to scale because you're not funding, you're only creating market access opportunity and market validation and market curation, engagements. So we don't have so much of a limitation on the scale. We can scale much. Then the more important thing is, many a times when corporates are looking for startups, maybe they're looking for consuming for themselves. But in case of Infosys, consuming for itself is a very small percentage, maybe 5 to 1%. 95% of our startups is for our clients. So we are kind of creating a mechanism to make sure that we address two fundamental challenges when startups need to work with global companies. Number one is about scale. Are the startups able to scale to the requirements of a global 500 enterprise? Whether enterprise needs or whether it is compliances, whether product scaling or even go-to-market scaling. That, I'm able to engage in Fortune 500 company over a period of time for me to make a sale is not going to be easy, right? Now, if that's one side of the scale, the other problem we are trying to solve is about de-risking. One of the biggest challenges, like Prashant was mentioning, that you can have the liberty to flip every night, when you sleep and then wake up with a new idea. But when you're working with a Fortune 500 enterprise, you cannot flip so frequently or so easily. So you need to create certain degree of certainty or certain insurance that this flip is not going to cause damage to the larger, IT landscape or the business of the client. Now, how do you resolve these two issues is the work that we do. How do you create or build scale for these enterprises? How do you enable scale for them? How do you help de-risk any kind of failures for our clients? These are the two questions we typically answer.
And how do you identify startups that you want to work with, right? One is for anyone here in the audience who thinks that their business is scalable and could fit into the Infosys ecosystem. How do they, kind of get into it? And then what are some of the parameters basis which you actually induct companies into the innovation network?
Yeah. So see, nothing too mathematical about it. Largely we follow this.
That to the VCs.
Yeah. So largely we look at this is your Stanford's DFA model of sorts, where we are looking at what is the degree of desirability of that particular product, how much of viability do we see, and some demonstration of feasibility of the solution. But that's only, let us say, is the gate zero. Most of our selection happens through working with our clients. So the market curation is the validation for us. So if we are able to just cross the gate, the entry barriers is little limited. Okay, the entry barrier is not very high for us. But once you enter, then there is a much bigger leap to take, wherein we will take the startups to work with our clients and actually demonstrate value and proof of working with our clients through what we call the Living Labs program. So once it happens, then we know the client knows what is the potential of this particular product or a service that the startup is giving. We know what are the risks that we need to take care of. The startup knows what it can serve, right? So that is the way we kind of discover or get them into the core evaluated startups. But otherwise, from an entry point of view, you can always write to us. You can just search IIN on infosys.com. You will find an email ID and you can write to us. We sometimes run an kind of a challenge. For example, even today with Startup India, we're running a challenge for energy transition startups. There are very well defined 10 problems around energy transition that we are looking startups to respond to. So if anybody is working on energy transition, please search upon Startup India. I think it must have just closed or just about to close. So we kind of curate those startups. But more importantly, we work through other VCs, CVCs, and other partners because it's already doubly verified, and we, take from there rather than directly source startups into the Infos program.
All right. So let's pick up some of these things with you, Nitya. To start with, let's talk about your LP base or the investors from whom you have raised capital, right? Which makes a corpus of 314, which then gets invested into startups. Can you talk to us about the nature of your LP base and tell us how that LP base, if at all, is engaged with your portfolio companies? And, have they become a little more hands-on in the last few years versus when the fund was started? Give us a flavor of that.
Absolutely. Actually, in that particular aspect, 314 is actually quite an unusual fund in that we have about 60% of even our current $200 million fund that we deploy out of purely from the Indian LP base. This includes 4 of the top 5 banks in the country. We have the largest conglomerates, their promoters directly investing, the largest family offices as investors with us. And this has been very intentional, right? Even in India, the domestic support from VC capital can only grow when we have a domestic LP base to sort of draw from. We cannot keep raising our money globally. Global endowments, etc., are fantastic, but building a blue chip LP base in India was very much a high priority for us and for them to grow alongside us. Now, to the point of why we did this is, for instance, I'll take a very simple example. We're one of the deepest fintech portfolios in the country. And fintech, as you know, globally is a very regulated sector because it has to do with both, especially if you're facing retail, which is the consumers, and working with consumers' money or giving them products that are brand new. The government really requires you to be extremely careful, rightfully so. Now, when we invest in fintech, we're investing sometimes with people who have a plan and a laptop, maybe not even a plan, like it's 2 founders and a laptop. Sometimes they have an idea that they're already putting into place, but remember what I mentioned earlier, regulation in this sector may not entirely be clear. Now, when we're betting on ideas and teams like this that we truly believe should exist, their journey from 0 to 100 actually is defined by the macro and regulation, just as much as the drive and the intent of the founder or even the love of the consumer. And in this case, for instance, the very large base of banks and the very intentional and LP, almost investor-investee relationships we have with these banks are invaluable to us. They are very quickly able to check with, okay, actually this kind of an intervention in this space, this product, is this actually viable from a regulatory aspect? Is this something that will be confrontational to a bank's core business, and hence banks will actually move in order to build their own products in this space, and hence the startup itself, which has obviously much less distribution than a bank does, will not be able to win against it. They then, especially some of our LPs are so engaged, like especially these banks, that they themselves become customers to a lot of these products as well. And you should know that like getting a deal as a young startup, about a year into your existence with an Axis Bank or an HDFC is life changing, right? It is the kind of validation that is the highest form. Similarly, on all of the others. So I took fintech as an example. We build in health. We have an LP base that is very, very deep in healthcare, are promoters of the largest health groups in the country. Besides helping us make decisions better on what would or would not work, they are immediate market access in a very intentional way. Like it's not just that they will come to you as a customer, but these are active, engaged customers who want you to win. So not only will they give you money as revenue, they will also tell you what is broken with your product and what needs to be fixed. And if you're an entrepreneur who's pulling this together and your product will not look the same year 1 to year 5, you need customers like that. Don't just give you a great logo to put onto your deck, but that great logo comes with very, very intentional advice on how you should build for the future and what's missing. So
Right. So just to, Nitya, just to continue with you on this point of how much synergy, therefore, are you now seeing between the venture ecosystem, venture funds and corporate venture programs, right? I'm sure a lot of the large banks have their own corporate funds through which they are investing, corporate venture funds through which they invest. Is there a sort of, feeder pipeline that exists between the VCs and some of these large conglomerates that are running their own VCs within their organizations, and how does that work?
no, absolutely.
Is it symbiotic, or does it lead to maybe sometimes some conflict? Are they taking good deal flow away from you?
So no, I think at the early stages, the space that we play in, there's usually never many corporate VCs. There's corporate accelerators and incubators that play a very deep role in this. But at that point, it's a very symbiotic relationship because of that. So we're not like both trying to fight for the same deals. It's very symbiotic there. But the follow-on network, right? Like when a company actually has the revenues under it, has proven its product out, that's when it strategically becomes very important to a company like an Amazon and Infosys, etc. And we have all of these folks on cap tables of our companies directly. The flip side, the only thing that we have to, and founders are becoming increasingly aware of, is when one corporate structure makes a strategic bet in a company, sometimes we've seen that every other competitor of that strategic sometimes doesn't want to do anything with the company. So this is a very real thing, right? So if you get one big tech company, then the others are concerned. So when you do architect your corporate VC or your strategic rounds as founders, one piece of advice would be to bring a lot of those collaborators in together at the same point. So when you're taking money from investment arms of the banks, for instance, take it from a couple. So it doesn't seem like you're not a company of one bank or you're not a company of one company. Because basically a lot of these strategic investments also lead to acquisitions. So it's very right, the kind of maybe fear that other investors who may want to come in have.
Prashant, you want to come in here?
No, I kind of concur, right? These were the kind of questions that were going through our own head when we were contemplating this strategic investment very early on in our lifestyle, in our life cycle. But exactly to Nitya's point, we actually went, before we had the strategic investment, canvas to everybody, put in a lot of caveats, not caveats, but conditions in our own agreements with the strategic investor that we will always be independent. Canvas the fact with them to all their competitors that we are going to be independent. These are the kind of Indian walls, I won't say Chinese walls now, but Indian walls that we have between everyone, right? So yeah, it is an important thing to have a discussion about. You have to be cognizant of how the market perceives you the minute you have a strategic investment in you. There, you also might even lose out on certain VC relationships because some VCs will, in their mind, just write it off as saying this strategic is anyway going to buy them out at some point of time, and therefore there is only that much that this, the valuation could be managed, right? So you have to take all these factors into account before evaluating like a strategic option.
All right. Okay. So just one more question to you, Prashant. You also now are an angel investor. You said you have a portfolio about 30 to 40 companies. Give us a sense of, from the other side, as an angel investor. What is the role that you have seen, platforms, perhaps like Let's Venture, AngelList, and so on, angel funds, some of which we have in our country, and of course the individuals like yourself, play in feeding into either the venture ecosystem or the corporate ecosystem? Give us a view of, how you see your role as an angel investor.
So it's pretty interesting. It's evolved, right? I looked at, I look at platforms like Let's Venture, like AngelList, as avenues of not only investment, but avenues of learning. Because what happens is, I'm a founder myself. At the end of the day, when I do invest, irrespective if it's through a platform or through directly or through Stanford Angels, whatever the case might be, my first instinct is I just don't want to give dumb capital, because that's not what I'm here to do. My aim is to let you know, to kind of educate you from all the mistakes I've done, not so much from all the successes I've had, because that's the best space to learn, right? So what Let's Venture, AngelList, a lot of the other platforms have done is allowed me to have access to people that I would not have had access to otherwise, even though I'm a founder, because, at the end of the day, we also have a geographic preference, right? I'm based in Bangalore, and there could be a super founder based in Jaipur, which I'll never have found, or I would have never met, right? And quite frankly, we all know right now, even to this day, Bangalore and Delhi NCR is where most of the startup funding, it's improving, but it's not yet
concentrated
there.
In these.
It's very concentrated. In fact, I read a LinkedIn post recently which said that it's not only concentrated in Bangalore and Delhi NCR, if you take HSR layout and you take Golf Links Road, I think we have 30% of all Indian investments right over there, right? VC investments. So it's great for someone like me as an angel investor to get access to people beyond the regular norm, right? And also help them on their journeys as a mentor.
Would you like to see more done in connecting the angel ecosystem to the formal venture ecosystem? Or do you think that, those bridges exist? Y'all can all come in. And again, from, angel seed funded companies directly into programs such as yours. And at what stages, do you think that there needs to be a little more plumbing required to connect things that are perhaps a little leaky?
So I'll go first. At this point, it's very person dependent, right? For instance, there is no formalized way. I would say that, this connects happen, but it is a very person dependent way. If I have a portfolio of people that portfolio founders that I'm working with as a mentor, I will connect them to the venture capitalists. I'll be that bridge, right? Because I do know some of the venture capitalists. I know what is that. It's also important for a founder not only to be connected to the right venture capital, to a venture capital, but to the right one. The theme is right, the right person within that particular ecosystem. These things count. And so it's right now person dependent. And yeah, it would be great as a founder to have it in a much more formalized manner. But I don't see that as a necessary, impending crazy problem to solve.
Okay.
See, what we have seen is, from a funding point of view, definitely the quality of funding matters a lot when it comes to our clients, when they seriously look at a company to work with. They're not putting the money into the company, but they want to make sure the company that they bring into their environment, into their business, has a proper quality of investment. So they know the investors, and they're also comfortable with certain geographies from where the investment is coming from, etc. So one is, I think, whenever we are taking investment, we will need to be conscious about from where we are taking that investment. Now, coming to the angel investment itself, at least from Infosys and the client profile that we are looking at, it is little early for us. We're looking at more formal invested companies than something like that, because then you have a little more formality already into the system, into the legal framework, etc. And thirdly, I think, while I know we spoke a lot about the venture and the investment, what I've seen is the clients are as much or more interested in the deep technology differentiation that the product or the service is bringing in. Because ultimately that is what they will be consuming, and they want to make sure that they get the competitive advantage, and they're very clear about the intellectual property ownership of these products are very clear, and they don't get into trouble because of something that goes wrong with the startup, right? So I think these are the 3-4 things we need to keep in mind when we are choosing our partners.
Got it. Netra, I think you can comment on the angel VC plumbing piece, but also want to understand from your perspective, do we need, from a government standpoint, more fund of funds, like the one that was allocated about 8 years ago, right? 10,000 odd crores was given to SIDBI to kind of nurture the ecosystem. Many beneficiaries from that, a lot of micro VC funds came up because of allocations from there. What more can be done?
No, absolutely. I'll take it as two parts. Actually, I'd almost flip it and say angels are the plumbing between the founders and venture firms. To sort of paraphrase what Prashant said, we work very, very closely with angel partners. We intentionally make those relationships as a venture capital firm because they're not just a thing of deal flow, but we sometimes enter alongside them itself. So it isn't that, okay, the angel investment happens and then we sort of vet it. That network matters. But what I also want to be cautious of is that VC has become too much in sometimes of a networked play. It is also leading to almost a monolithic kind of founder, not necessarily in company, but definitely types of founders who get funded more than others, whether it is the gender disparity that we see, whether it is, funding towards tier 2 and beyond founders who are not from Bangalore or HSR layout or EGL, right? So that is getting more concentrated, and it's a responsibility of the firms, of angels, and to really start breaking those biases and do their own outreach. And we take that very, very seriously, because of which, like in our firm, we have folks who speak 12, 13 different languages, who can understand consumers in different parts of the world, think about emerging trends, because we have to bet on something that may be a success 5 years from now. So that does not look like, IIT Delhi male, I'm sorry guys, I might be picking on a few of you here, but right? Like there is a certain type that VCs love to invest in. So we're actively trying to move past that. But to the second point that you made about, government support, I'm very intentionally putting almost money where your mouth is, right? Which is what has been done. We need a lot more of that, I think. But what we do also need is how those funds are structured, the levels of governance that come out of them, and what is demanded of micro VC funds. So governance and compliance workload, which, yes, we should all have an incredibly tight amount of governance, but the amount of workload is truly impossible for a micro VC fund or a young fund that it's meant to seed to bear by itself. So the kind of consulting, legal, and taxation fees needed on the monitoring front is very difficult to manage, and that is a very real problem. So as we evolve, I think we would see a lot of these fund of funds emerge with very different types of restrictions. So it's a meeting of the minds. It will take time, and honestly, generally, all of us are insanely surprised with the pace at which all of this progress has been happening, and how clearly and how intently they're listening to stakeholders on the other side of the table. It is true that at one point, raising from some of these fund of funds was something you would do because you would get access to the government, but it came with so many lists of things that, okay, it was a very intentional choice as a VC to make, that choice. But now it's increasingly becoming that they're far more flexible, and the governance, is templatized. We know what is needed, maybe what is overkill, and working towards that. So I hope that answers it. Can go into a bit more detail.
Okay. Guys, questions? We can open it up. Okay. I saw your hand go up first. So go ahead.
Hello. Good afternoon. Thanks a lot. I just had a question to the panel itself. Like, if public listed governance is often seemed to be counterintuitive for a startup, then what is the other framework for a governance mechanism or check and balance to keep a startup in the oversight? A recent context that I want to place is that the FTX blowout that has happened is because of the lack of oversight that was in place, which actually made a lot of user savings go bust, along with a lot of investor capital. Thank you.
All right, you want to take that? I'll chip in as well.
So interesting that you say that. This is something that we also kind of grappled with. And see, you have to understand that while there must be governance, there can never be no governance. And that is like, that is suicidal, not only for the investor who's putting in money, but the startup for themselves, because you get into this kind of God complex of what you can and cannot do. You do need to be accountable. You do need to be managed by a board, right? That is not the issue. The point is, when you are at a very early stage, you can't be a completely board man. It's a promoter driven, it's a predominantly a founder driven enterprise, but with checks and balances. Those checks and balances could be like, having a quick call with your board member, with your investor, getting their buy-in, moving very quickly, saying that I'm doing this, doing that, keeping the lines of communication open. And as things mature, putting in additional layers, right? Now, in the case of FTX, he had the potentially the governance of an early stage startup as a $32 billion company. That doesn't work. At some point, it imploded, right? So what I'm only trying to say is that as your startup matures, your governance mechanisms, the checks and balances mature, but at no point should it be zero. And there's no justifiable reason for it to be zero.
Yeah, I would add to that, right? So governance is an absolutely height of necessity, and we take it very seriously at 314. But the thing that is missing is that, public companies or even larger companies have entire teams and mechanisms in place in order to drive this governance. You can demand it of the company, but if the company doesn't even know where to begin, or how to structure it, or who are the people, or what is maybe bare minimum level and why it is necessary, like that is a very hard bridge to breach. So as board members, as investors coming in, a large part of what we do is not just say, hey, you need to be doing this for me. It's more, this is how you do it. We've gone in and built financial systems for them. We've connected them to the right kinds of stakeholders. So a very large part of it is putting in very actively the first governance frameworks. And it doesn't just mean legal documents that list out, here are the 20 things you need to do in order to be above board. And if you don't do it, you indemnify me for everything, right? Like, so that is the difference in approach that is needed. And I think what you're getting at is building these governance systems have to be done hand in hand. And FTX was a completely, in all of our exuberance of the capital over the last year or the last couple decade almost of like low interest rates, this was something that, founders should not see governance really as something that impedes their business. If you work hand in hand with your investors, you'll realize this is in fact stuff that saves your business, right? FTX saying that he didn't want a board and had like this advisory board floating around is essentially what, like they weren't absolute. I mean, FTX is a terrible advice. There was
the recipe for disaster.
I think, yeah, that is a terrible example because it was broken across so many levels. It isn't just a board problem. But yes, I mean, if you don't have someone telling you how to lay these in, so you don't make mistakes, and then specifically in fintech, and when you're again handling people's money or their health, etc., you need to hold yourself as a founder to a very high bar. So it's almost a proactive outreach where you should see your investors as people who help you put those frameworks in place that not just make you appealing to your customer, but to regulators, to government bodies. You like literally in fintech, the companies that government loves to work together to co-create policy are the ones who are who spent a year of their time and their money just putting governance in place, right? So it does pay off investing. So not seeing it as.
My name is Mrutyunjay Hekkalgutti. I am from founder and CEO of Cell in 60 Seconds. We, according to Dr. Ham, we are working in digital healthcare, building a stack for organ donors and recipients across the globe. That is the one. And in fintech area, we work on cyber crime and cyber security. We develop a test architecture.
All right. So do you have a question? Because we are actually out of time.
I have been awarded from Stanford University, UIF, on design and thinking. Mainly my question is, everyone, what I means for before funding into particular startup, are you looking into means how innovative pace they are working, or what, according to me, just would like to ask one, Infosys, how they would like to support in startup ecosystem in venture capital, because innovatively we are in the par with the, according to Dr. Hempel Network, we are the 32nd ranking in Dr. Hempel Network Germany. So I would like to know how you will going to support us.
Yeah. So, I mean, like we were referencing earlier, so we have this program called the Infosys Innovation Network. So it has a very defined method of evaluation, selection, and curation. So it is open on certain topics. For example, like we spoke about energy transition as a topic now, we have made it open so people can participate in that challenge and then get selected to be part of this program. Sometimes we do get secondary recommendations. So for example, if a VC that is already invested in your company can recommend your company to us, then we work with that VC and you then go through the evaluation process. So we have a reasonably well-defined program to onboard different startups onto this program. And in our mind, the way we help our startups is fundamentally to do that market validation. That you can actually work with some of our great clients, solve their problems, and understand this is the strength that is required to solve a global problem. And if that happens, then the rest of the system will kick in. So
Okay. All right, sir.
yeah.
Yeah, this is Narayan from Meta Z Digital. This is a question particularly to Manjunath. I do believe that if he works with the top Fortune 100,000 companies, when you talk about scale, what are you really referring to? Are you able to get to 100 odd clients into them, or is it about 10s and 20s? So what are some of the new ideas that are driving today large-scale adoption in the Fortune 1000 companies?
Yeah. No, I think when we meant scale, it is largely the scale, not so much about the startup itself, because the global scale is what Infosys will bring in. What we want is the scalability of their product, that the product that they're offering is able to scale for a global enterprise to be able to operate around the world and be able to operate across different multiple technology stacks. And they're not limited to one particular narrow space of limited technology capability. And they have the regulatory framework that I think we were talking about, that they are suited to work with a global 500 type of company. That is the scale that we are looking at. And we are not saying that is the day zero you start with. What we are looking at is companies which have the potential to scale through our enablement or support or evolution, that they get there, right? So that is the journey that we typically take. And today we are seeing mostly the usual suspects around AI is something that we are looking at. Lots of startups around AIs of flavor, cloud, cybersecurity, and sustainability. I think most of these solutions that we are looking at around these topics, then comes your 5G, quantum computing, and those kind of technologies down the line.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, I'm Irfan. I'm a founder of Great AI. I have a question, like, while investing in a startup, does IIT IIM tag really matter?
It doesn't. Short answer. Essentially, how VCs make decisions is about, how are you thinking about market risk? Are you building a solution that there's a large enough market for? Do you have the capability within your team in order to build that product? And any kind of validation that, because we are not working with much, like I mentioned at the very early stages. So we think about, okay, is this the team to sort of go after and tackle this? So what becomes important there is actually, do you have a unique, deep insight into the solution that you're building for a specific problem, right? And does that come from somewhere? You could have essentially worked all your life within like healthcare or manufacturing, etc. And that drives the insight, that drives the solution to your product. And you're far above and beyond anyone with an IIT IIM degree who is probably going at that problem for the first time, right? So how they are maybe uniquely sort of position to be able to solve will be, okay, there is one tick of a validation that, okay, they're a certain type of person, that's it. But what you're really going after is, even with that, we will be looking for, are you the right person to solve this problem? And that's a combination of genuinely, like how much you know, and do you have a unique insight that translates and looks at this problem in a way that nobody else does? And does that come from experience? Does that help? Yeah?
Go ahead, last question.
Hi, good afternoon to all the panelists. My question is as simple as that. Like, do you invest really in a person or an idea, or like, what do you see basically to give an investment, or like from the investment perspective? Like, do you invest in a person or the entrepreneur or founder, or the idea which he or she has brought?
We invest in markets
Okay.
and people, yes.
Okay.
Okay, so markets, you can always be a phenomenal founder, but if you are solving for a market, say you're building something that the top 1% of this country, and again, located in Bangalore, specifically unique to that, would love, that's not a market that can generate venture-sized outcomes, right? And venture-sized outcomes, you have to realize is when we make a decision, the decision is, can this company return our fund? The bets that we take, that's how we think about portfolio construction. And that's why a lot of VCs say no to very good businesses, because you may be an extremely solid business grounds up, but you may not be a venture scale business. And those are two separate things. Okay, getting venture capital doesn't make you a better or a worse business. It just means you're a type of business. So markets really, really matter. The market you operate in, is that large enough that if you owned even 20 to 30% of that market at a very large scale, you would be a billion-dollar company, right? The second thing, of course, is people. And when we found the right kind of a market, we will look at whether this is the right team to be tackling it. And it could be everything from, if you're building, for instance, in fintech, do you understand regulation? Have you worked within the financial ecosystem before? Do you understand what it takes to be able to build fintech? If you're in health, do you have the tech skills, but also the humility to understand that this is an insanely complex ecosystem and industry you're solving for? And that is what we mean by people as well. It's not whether I like you and would like to have a cup of coffee with you. It really is, can you solve the problem? So it's founder, market, fit. Yeah.
Like one more thing, like if like suppose it's not only just about investment, it's something more than that, like expertise and mentorship. Like as Prashant said, strategic like investment. So like sometimes as a founder, I would like like I would be expecting some kind of a mentorship, like, see, I'm an amateur, so I want to really want to like know, I don't possess that kind of a knowledge. So you guys, as in the market, like how do you implement, like how do you help the so-called people, those who approach you, like in terms of strategic investment? Like this is my question. If you're
okay. I think we spoke about it, but Prashant, if you want to answer
Very
it.
quickly,
Sure.
I mean, honestly, it's again, when you are connected to that particular ecosystem, say, for example, you are being funded initially by angels, you must ask the questions of the angels themselves. What can they bring to the table beyond just capital? And those folks will mentor you. They will tell you, and the usual ratio is you will get 20 angel investors, there'll be 2 who will help you. And that is the truth of the matter. There'll be 18 who will be sitting there with dumb capital, though they say that they are going to help. And that happens from time to time. But those 2 who you don't even think will help you greatly, right? And so that, I think, is the fundamental thing that you need to do. You need to connect. It's not about just connecting with the VC. It's about connecting with an ecosystem of people who also believe in you.
All right. I think one very last question. Yes.
Thanks for giving the opportunity. So my name is Raghavendra. So I am the founder of Towner. So my question is Manjunath sir. So there are a lot of non-techie founders coming with a brilliant idea to solve the problem of various industry and various problems. So it's the biggest problem is offering technology. If we are going and taking services, or if we are finding co-founders, it is very difficult for us. So your company can able to solve our problem by giving technology or software implementation solution. So that may be a great helpful. We can come up with idea and you are able to support with the technology or software development. So is there any solution kind of thing to support startups or ideas?
Sure. No, I think it's an interesting problem. Like you said, there are a lot of people with great ideas, and most of them may lack the capability to deliver on that idea. And unfortunately, I don't think we've figured a model yet where somebody can come with an idea and then we can get the rest of the guys to come and say, no, I will come and solve your problem. I'll bring the technology. Unfortunately, it has to come from the same set of people or same person, right? So the same person will have to build that capability, complementary capability, whatever you want to bring in, where they take the accountability solving the problem. So we cannot tell, hey, you know what, I think colonizing on Mars is a great idea. Now I don't know how to do that, so you better do it for me, right? That's not going to work. So you will still have to find somebody with whom you can work and then get this to realize the idea, and not so much depend on an external organization, because then the value will not be seen in you and your team.
Having said that, there might be some corporate incubator programs, accelerator programs where they might connect you to mentors, right? Technology specific mentors to guide your internal team on how to build better. But the building will have to be done by you and your team. Right? Thank you very, very much to the panelists and to the audience for being engaged with us. Have a wonderful summit. Thank you.
That was a really interesting session. Thank you so much to our wonderful panelists for sharing their thoughts. And let's hear for them, ladies and gentlemen. I now request ladies and gentlemen, let's hear for the panelists. I also request the panelists to please remain on stage for the group photo session at the end. Thank you all. Ladies and gentlemen, we now break for lunch. I request you all to please come back for our next session, the Mantras for Building Successful Ventures in Bharat. It's at 2 p.m. It starts at 2 p.m. Thank you all. Hello, everyone, and welcome back once again to the 25th edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit, organized by the Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, and co-hosted by the Software Technology Parks of India. As the event enters its silver jubilee year, it is a matter of immense pride and joy as this event is recognized as Asia's largest technology event. Over the decades, Bengaluru has only grown in importance to playing an increasingly participatory role in keeping the world moving, and it's a recognized epicenter of operations of several multinational companies. Moving on with our next session, which is a session on the mantras for building successful ventures in Bharat. We have two very eminent keynote speakers with us. Firstly, I would like to invite Mr. Madan Padaki, who's a founder and CEO of OneBridge and is also the president of TiE Bangalore, onto the stage to give his keynote address. Mr. Madan Padaki, an entrepreneur and a change maker who believes that every youth has to be empowered and to unleash their unlimited potential. Every such empowered youth is a Mars entrepreneur, a job creator, and that every Mars entrepreneur is the social change maker, making a positive difference to the communities around them. I now welcome Mr. Madan Padaki to please come on stage. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Elrigu namaskara. Such an honor to be here and to be a part of the 25th Silver Jubilee. The last few days has been quite nostalgic because I remember still participating in the first one at 97 when I was a student and I came into IT.com or whatever that it was called then as a volunteer. And subsequently has been a part of, I think, almost 17 or 18 editions of BTS Past Avatars. It's a pleasure to be here and thanks to the team for hosting us. I'll keep the introductions to this quick so that we have a wonderful set of panelists ahead of us. I'll set the context in a bit and then invite Dr. Sridhar Mitta to share his thoughts before we get onto the panel. When we were discussing about the terminology and the heading and the topic for this panel, we said, listen, everybody knows that Bharat is the next frontier to be able to bring an inclusive, impactful, technology-led play to improve the lives, livelihoods, and lifestyles of our citizens there. What we thought we will discuss on and double-click is what are the successful mantras that as entrepreneurs, as technopreneurs, as technologists, as policymakers, what are the things that we should be thinking about? Over the last 10 years of my work in Bharat, I have kind of created a framework in my own mind on what are the 4 elements that are required to succeed in Bharat. And I'll just lay that out in a few minutes, and then I'm sure we'll be double-clicking on several of those elements on our conversation. The first thing I've realized in my journey over the last 10 years is that there is infinite talent and potential that's available in our youth there. Many times we end up discounting the potential of youth to say, oh, these guys are from a tier 3 town or a village, this is all they can do. And once we set that expectation that this is all they can do, that's what they will do. But if we go in with the mindset that there is massive potential and we are there to unleash that infinite potential, I have seen each and every youth rising up to the occasion. Right? In Head and Eye Foundation, we've literally transformed thousands of youth from zero-educated, illiterate village. Many of them call themselves as village idiots, right? And that's what the world look at them like that. Into confident English-speaking youngsters who can stand here and share their life stories with probably more confidence than what we can do. So talent to me is a huge aspect of leveraging that we need to win in Bharat. The second part, again, which we tend to think of trickle down is aspirations of people, right? Many of us sometimes say that, oh, I'm building this for Bangalore, but I'll take off a few frills, I'll knock off a few things, I'll reduce costs and it'll work anywhere else. And I argue that why should you look at maybe taking down frills? You have to add more to the contextualization of Bharat because the aspirations of people are no lesser. And especially in the era of WhatsApp, Facebook, Instagram, whatever, they get to see the same forwards that all of us do. They get to see the same TikTok videos or whatever that we see. And aspirations are, if not no different, no lesser, and probably maybe better or more than here, right? So the second word for us to think about is aspirations. The third word for me is entrepreneurial spirit. Especially from a resilience standpoint, I have seen entrepreneurs in Bharat being far more resilient, far more jugadu, and far more thing to say, boss, karke dekhenge. We'll try and see. Mana na sir, yenante. Right? And that spirit we have to leverage. So how do you really bring out the entrepreneur in every individual out there to say, boss, there is a challenge, we have to do it, and it'll get done. And the last, needless to say, is technology. Right? Again, we have to think leapfrog, not trickle down. In fact, in the spirit of leapfrogging, happy to share, and we can, that's a topic for another day. But 2 months ago, in the startup that I run, OneBridge and OneVerse, we've launched the world's first ever metaverse for rural consumers. In Mandya, in a village called Kyathanalli, we actually built an EV showroom in the metaverse, took about 10 Oculus Quest 2 headsets, and we've had over about 1,000 consumers who have interacted with sales guys in the metaverse and experienced EVs, and we've got about over 200 odd test drives done and about 50 odd active sales generated, right? So we are saying, why should we think that a metaverse should be launched first in Koramangala? Why cannot it happen in Kyathanalli? Right? So if you string together talent, aspirations, entrepreneurial spirit, and technology, I'm calling it as Rubenomics, as the new rural-urban economics, where the rural starts to behave more like urban, but I'm saying not urban from what we have as consumption, but a new emerging rural. And I think for me, any business model that I apply the Rubenomics framework to say, does it tick all four? If it ticks, there's a higher chance of success. If you're missing one of the elements, I think we're shooting ourselves in the foot, right? So with that quick context, I'm sure the wonderful panel discussion that we have, and of course, Dr. Mitta's experience of building businesses in Bharat, I'm sure we will discuss a lot more about this. So with that, may I invite Dr. Sridhar Mitta to come onto the dais to share his thoughts. Dr. Mitta is no stranger to Bharat. He is a Wipro veteran, built the R&D center, built a bunch of things at Wipro before he decided to focus his energies on building Next Wealth, which is about creating technology, business process outsourcing, and youth in Bharat. So Dr. Mitta, over to you, and look forward to your comments. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to come and participate in today's session. And thanks, Madan, for the nice introduction. And also, you have done my job easier by narrating some of the mantras you have given, some of which similar to what I would like to say, but I will build on that. So when I read the topic, the mantras for building successful ventures in Bharat, I started recollecting my interactions with late Professor C.K. Prahalad, the famous professor from University of Michigan, and who became quite famous for his theory on core competences. During 1990s, he started coming to India and spending few months and doing research on the rural markets, or what we call Bharat today. He would like to go, he used to go and spend a lot of time sitting in the shops, sitting in the fields, and sitting in these things to understand their mindset, understand what they need and what they're looking for. What he observed during this research for over a few years is that poor people from rural areas have the same aspirations as the rich people in cities. Okay. But the price points are to be lower. So that's the main thing. So if a city kid wants a Baskin Robbins ice cream at 100 rupees, the kid in the village wants at 10 rupees, same quality or near same quality and other things. But the important contribution of C.K. Prahlad is saying that if only people can combine or innovate these opportunity of creating or using entrepreneurship and technology, create products and price matrix in such a way that it can be met, then there is a huge market. And people can make a fortune by doing this one. So this thought has led to his famous book, The Fortune at the Bottom of the Pyramid. And this book was a bestseller for many years. Okay. And he also preached, saying that India is the right place to do this transformation. Why? We have the huge market, we have the innovation capacity, and we have right entrepreneurs who can combine all these things into a successful one. But the corollary to this statement that people want to have same goods and services in rural places or Bharat, but they have to have money. How do they get money? When agriculture is going down as a supporting industry, so people are looking for alternate avenues kind of situation. So what is more important today is the employment. So once somebody is employed, they will get money in hand to buy healthcare, education, and several other things. So Next Wealth and companies like that are creating employment in small towns in some of the high-tech areas. I would like to share 5 mantras based on our own experience at Next Wealth. Just briefly, Next Wealth provide employment to graduates in small towns, focusing on women. And we have 6 such centers in the last 10 years in 4 different states. 4,500 people are employed as on date, and we would like to reach 10,000 pretty soon. We offer data ops services to AML companies, both domestic and international. And we also work with startups and large enterprises. What I'm going to talk about, the mantras, are more applicable towards the service sector or the IT BPM services like that. But today we have a stellar panel who is going to share their mantras based on their experience, which will complement to this one. The first mantra is distributed delivery model. So what does it mean? India is a vast country with diversity in cultures, language, and many other things. So we can't have one large delivery center in a big city and expect all people to come to that city. On the other hand, you have many small centers located in small towns. It allows people in the vicinity to take employment. So it allows people to work from hometown, work from home, and other things, which makes it viable. It opens up opportunities for people who hitherto were not allowed to go to cities, like ladies. Many ladies in rural places, after graduation, they get married and forget about their degrees. Whereas if there is a delivery center, employment opportunity in the same town or in the vicinity, their parents will allow them to do it. Or people with disabilities, people who don't want to migrate with cities. So we have done a research a few years back and came to conclusion saying that there are 40,000 graduates graduating every year who are qualified to take up jobs in cities in large companies, IT companies. And these 40,000 are not employed for simple reason, they are not in city. So what is the net benefit? The industry will be able to engage the untapped talent. Untapped talent, when there is a shortage of talent here, we are keeping the talent untapped, and the other benefit one can get is very less attrition. The second mantra is partnering with entrepreneurs. The typical model is, if I'm setting up something in a rural place or a small town, all those things, send a manager from city to the rural place. But that person, he or she, is not familiar with local nuances, local these things. So what they do is, the moment they get a problem, they run back to their kind of original place from where they come from. On the other hand, if you engage with entrepreneurs who are qualified, experienced, have social bent of mind, and above all, a emotional connect to that place, they will find solution to the problems. And this model has been used in other industries also, but it's somewhat new to IT industry. So the passion to create employment in the hometown by these entrepreneurs will be a force multiplier. The third mantra is aligning work and workers. It looks very simple, but many people have not understood this concept. Okay. So people coming from small towns or rural areas, they have certain characteristics. They are shy. They don't want to communicate even in their own mother tongue, leave alone English. Okay. And they take longer time to get process maturity or process these things. So when companies go into the small towns, they apply the same criteria of selection. So they give the test, you have to pass with 80%, then they have an interview where the people don't get any marks, and then they say, you are not useful, you are useless, kind of situation. But the way to do is, these companies should understand what these people are capable of and what work they can do, and then give the work, then it will match. And we at Next Wealth have been very, very successful where we take 95% of our intake are fresh graduates coming from these colleges. And they are doing exceedingly well. The fact that our customers are so happy that our NPS score is more than 70, okay, which is a testimony. And we found that the quality of work from these centers, from these people, is equal or even better than those who are doing in cities. Because we have been at the helm of IT industry in city for 40 years. So we know what they can do and what these people are doing, and we are able to make a judgment here. The fourth mantra is to focus on women. Women not only perform better, and they create substantially more social impact. We have hard data collected over last 10 years based on our social impact study we make every year by asking people what was their life before the employment and after the employment, how it has changed, what are the stories. Each is a story. We have 4,500 stories which can talk about and watch these things. I will not get into more details because this aspect was covered yesterday in the session for Women in Tech by my colleague Maithili and other panelists very eloquently. The fifth and final mantra is proper distribution of management tasks. See, this is again a simple thing, but many people don't follow. The idea is to have a centralized head office in a city where you do tasks like customer acquisition, sales, marketing, technology, finance, legal, and all those things. These are like the corporate office of a company. But on different small centers in small towns, you have delivery centers which are run by entrepreneurs where they take responsibility for infrastructure, they take responsibility for recruitment, training, and delivery of metrics to the customer. Though it looks like a dispersed one, they're physically dispersed, but logically one company. Okay. This is done by having mutual trust between the entrepreneurs and the head office, or the entrepreneurs at the headquarters, and having a very good, robust quality process. So with all this, there are many other mantras which I can talk about, but in view of the time allowed, so I'm just taking the top 5, which resonates very well with what Madan has already shared from his angle or his experience. And we are going to see some more mantras coming from the other panelists. So I would like to thank all of you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sridhar Mitta and Mr. Madan Padaki for sharing their valuable thoughts. I now request the rest of the wonderful panelists to please come on stage. Firstly, I would like to call upon Mr. C.M. Patil, who is the CEO of Krishi Kalpa, and he is also the founding CEO of Deshpande Startups. He is a serial entrepreneur, energetic leader with an uncompromising passion for building sustainable and successful businesses to increase shareholder value by accelerating growth, constantly challenging the status quo, building empowered teams, networking, and quickly adapting to change. Welcome, Mr. Patil. Mr. Anil Kumar SG, who is a founder and CEO of Samunnati. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Mr. Jitesh Arora, who is a founder and CTO of Moo Farms. Welcome, sir. Mr. Praneeth Kumar, who is a co-founder of We Grow. Welcome, sir. And Mr. Ravi Haldipur, who is a co-founder of E-Samudai. Welcome, sir. Over to you, Mr. Patil.
Thanks a lot. First of all, it's very heartening to see that. It's very heartening to see the hall full at just after lunch, and that on the third day of the event. I'm immensely thankful for the organizers for having put such a wonderful keynote speakers led by Madan and Dr. Mehta sir. I also have an eminent privilege to have my fellow panelists who actually are stalwarts in the industry. And Anil, the founder and CEO of Samunnati, comes with over 2 decades of banking experience and working in the agri sector to see how can we democratize entire agri ecosystem, thereby contributing to the Bharat market. We also have Jitesh from Moo Farm. They are actually on a treadmill to see that how can we make cattle farming and the product, dairy product digitizations, and thereby increase farmers' income multifold. So that's what they have been on that part. We have Ravi, who will actually share some of the interesting stories on the product called E-Samudai, what they're making, particularly the omnivore channel or the social channel which they are established within small towns, and how can the e-commerce happen within those cities. Thanks for having Ravi here. We also have Praneeth, a dear friend of mine and the founder of We Grow, who have been like pioneered. They have been completely changing the space of horticulture products, not just in the country, but also the exports market of it. So lovely having you all here. I think it's my privilege and presenting you all with such a wonderful audience here. Anil, I'll probably go with you first, being the senior here and being a guiding for us, lot many of us. I've got inspired by you to work with farming clusters, because the topic is that how do they work on with entrepreneurs, particularly working in Bharat market, how they have to look at this part. And today, not many entrepreneurs are, get a chance to go and present to all the VCs. And there is where Samunnati Financial Services comes to picture. How can these entrepreneurs at the starting stage, when they need a small seed capital or alternative to the VC ecosystem, how can they start having a small idea, and how can they go and tend to make it big based out of Bharat market? So I'd love to have your opening remarks on that and then probably take it to the next stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pleasure to be here. It's like a big mela. This is my first time in the BTS, and what is happening outside, the energy is equally potent here inside. I have not seen a packed house, I must confess, in the recent past. So thank you very much for being here. Third day, post-lunch, I resonate with all of this. Right? Going back to the question and mindful of the time, there are 2 things in my experience that whether it is VCs or the angels or the investors who are looking at investing in an idea would look for. First and foremost, the person who is presenting the idea. Second, whether the idea has the potential to be translated into a business and whether the person who is presenting the idea has the capability to do so. So it's in a way a circular logic that the one who is talking about, does he know what he's talking about? Second, what are the chances of converting the potential into a real business? So in my context, I'm a debit credit man, have been in the banking world for about 32 years, started my career with Canara Bank and then ICICI Bank, and then the bank gave me an opportunity to work in the rural space through IFMR. When I got this opportunity to go become an entrepreneur, go not entrepreneurial, because I realized the difference between being an entrepreneur and an entrepreneurial spirit. You can be an entrepreneur on your own, or you can be entrepreneurial in the organizations that you work in. So when I started Samunati, people suggested that don't get into another umbrella, stand under the sky and start the organization. That's what being an entrepreneur is. Right? Going back to the question, what helped me is when I started looking at Samunati, sorry to use the word I, because I was alone. When I started looking at Samunati, the idea of representing the potent demand that we have seen over the course of 20 years of working in the rural space and connecting the dots, right? I'm a huge believer of the distributed distribution model that Dr. Mita just mentioned. Connecting the dots in the local geographies, representing the problem and the solution that is associated with the problem. And that's when I stumbled upon a small framework, which is a Jugadu framework, so to say. There are three kinds of entrepreneurs in three segments, that can come up. One is entrepreneurship that can come on the drivers of efficiency. Tomorrow, if there is a new drone company, they will say, I can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, more efficient, cheaper, make in India. But you are basically saying that everybody knows about drones. I'm going to do it better, faster, cheaper, more efficient. So it is on the efficiency drivers. The other end of the spectrum is greenfield, where nobody knows that idea. Only those that can actually scale and grab the attention are the ones which are successful. The Ola, Ubers, the Swiggies, all of that belong to that category. We don't know how many are still cooking there. There is something in between where everybody knows that there is a potential. Many people have tried and failed, and everybody wants someone else to try it. And agriculture belongs to that category, where everybody knows that India is 50%, Bharat is the future, and it is a missing middle, and there is a huge demand. So what I started looking at while preparing my pitch is what are the things that have failed, and how am I going to address this potential to get converted into a real business model, and then started building on the native understanding and the experience of 2.5 decades of spending time in the field. So nothing can replace the ground level understanding of the problem and articulating that problem, right? Kyatehalli is what you said, right? So going there and doing it is where the rubber meets the road, and that needs to be the Panipat for all the entrepreneurs. Then the team that is going to support you, whether they have the capability, including the entrepreneur himself, is what a VC would look at, right? First, articulate the problem. 2, present to them that you have the ability to solve that problem in a scalable, sustainable model. Thank you.
Wonderful insights, Anil. Thanks a lot for that. So probably I'll go with Praneeth. Praneeth, you've been working in the agri sector, particularly I've looked at in the last 1 decade, I would say, with no tech to so much of tech adoptions in the rural towns. How is that you have seen the value addition for the crops, which most of it can actually happen at the farm gate? Thereby, because I'm a strong believer that today, from a rural, we are taking 10, if at all the market is of 10 rupees, urban market is taking about 7, 8 rupees and then leaving only 2, 3 rupees over there. But what I like about the VGRO model is that you are doing most of the work at the rural farm gate, thereby assuring that they're going to be at 5, 6 or about 50, 60% of the market being over there. Thereby, people get a chance to spend more. So how is it you look at the market adopting technology at first place from a technology rural perspective, and where do you see are the gaps which will help us meet a lot of export market? I'm sure you have got a lot of things to say, but with that, I would want you to share your thoughts.
Great. So maybe a couple of minutes. Thanks for having us here. I mean, I probably just completed a decade of exposure to agri this month. I started my journey with ITC, and then I was with one of the very good agri tech startups called AgroStar, and then we started off WeGrow 2 years back, right when COVID hit. So for all practical purposes, we sailed through the tough times. So just a minute to explain what we do, and then probably coming back to your question.
Please.
So we, as a company, are a matchmaking company and a company which is basically preserves the value of the product. For all practical purposes, we are a B2B marketplace for fruits. That basically means we buy from the farmers and give it to a lot of customers across the country and across the globe who are B2B customers. And the only value add that we do to the entire value chain is matchmaking and preserving the value. We are only focused on fruits, and hence it's a perishable, and hence preserving of the value of the product becomes very, very critical. So what is matchmaking? Frankly speaking, it's not that we are doing it. I mean, to what Anil sir has said, we are not path breaking anything, frankly speaking, right? It already happens in the market. So if you go to any orchard, you would see multiple types of fruits of different sizes, different colors, different defects. And similarly, someone was saying rural India and urban India, the only difference is the price point, right? Depending on one's paying power, they can only afford a particular quality of fruits. So that's what we do. We basically match make the most efficient way. We identify the right customers for the right quality and match make it nationally and globally. That's what we do in a nutshell. And frankly speaking, it's not that what we do is the only, I mean, we are the only one to do that. The entire market does that. I mean, if you're kind of going to food hall, you're getting a pomegranate of 400 rupees, 500 rupees per kg. If you're opening big basket, you'll get it for 240 rupees per kg. But the quality is very different. That means matchmaking is happening. Both are coming from the same farm, right? But what we do is much more efficient because of the way we use technology, because of the way we have understanding of the reality of the grounds. It's very different. So to your question, right? How technology is helping us. Frankly speaking, to do matchmaking efficiently, you need a lot of technology. Agriculture is very tricky in the sense what you have now at hand, 15 days later, the quality that you have at hand is very different, right? So what we do is we have inputs coming in from all the markets. We operate in 130 markets of the country. We get inputs coming from all the markets through crowdsourced data into our systems. Key, what is the quality of consumption that is happening? We have crowdsourced data through rural entrepreneurs in the farms who basically again feed into our systems what is the quality that is available at the farm. We use both this information and then we try to do the matchmaking by physically establishing the packing, grading and sorting centers in the villages. And the beauty of this is the sorting, grading and packing centers are actually run by the villages. I mean villages themselves. So we kind of, they stick to our processes, they abide by our processes, and we do the matchmaking. So this entire thing requires a lot of technology. Frankly speaking, over the time in the last 10 years, we've realized technology taking different forms. Earlier, technology was personified as an app. अगर आपके पास app है तो आप एक tech company हो. But frankly speaking, we don't have an app. I mean, please Google it. You will not find anything related to WeGrow as an app. Now it has started taking multiple more forms. Technology is a leverage. Technology is leverage for scale. Technology is leverage for bringing in efficiencies. Technology is leverage for de-skilling. I mean, you will find a host of startups doing a lot of de-skilling activity. And technology is also a very big leverage for data, which we kind of underestimate in the agri context, but the power of that is very valuable. Probably that helps.
Thanks a lot. One point what I can draw from the two speakers is that many of us are wanting to have the path-breaking idea. And particularly for the one who want to succeed in the Bharat market, do not look for that Eureka idea. If it is 100 people are working on that, the market is still more bigger. Desh, one of my mentors used to always tell, if India is a country of 1.4 billion population, hardly about 300 to 400 million people lives in metros. Rest everybody is in non-metros, or what we can effectively call as Bharat market. So even if 1,000 such companies comes, there is a still market out for that. Do not look for that Eureka moment to say, only then I will start. I think that's something which I would summarize if these 2 points. With that, probably I would come to Ravi. Ravi has been spending about close to 2 decades in Bangalore ecosystem and now wanting to see how can I make a social e-commerce coming run by people from small towns. I wouldn't say small town, I would say beyond metros, and then sustainably built, and how can it get scaled? So Ravi, it would be nice of you if you can just explain a bit what you are doing and how is the model resonating for you.
Thank you. So eSamuday, the startup I work with, I co-founded. We Grow, we were born during the pandemic, just after the first lockdown. And it's an idea that supports entrepreneurship. Our mission is to catalyze entrepreneurship in every town and district across India. So what we are saying is, if you look at cities 25 to 500, excluding the first 24 cities, which are for all reasons can be classified as metros, we are looking at creating a ecosystem that is digitally enabled and democratizing the use of digital tools for entrepreneurs to pick up these tools and start businesses in their hometowns. So we provide these tools. We are a software as a service company. Simply put, we look for entrepreneurs who wish to start any kind of business. It could be a mobility-led business, it could be a food delivery business, it could be a agri-farm-to-table business, whereby we provide tools and the business is digitally enabled, and the data that is collected during the process of these transactions remains with that entrepreneur for them to monetize. So we believe that people who create that value deserve to be rewarded with the benefits of that value created. Thanks.
I think, Ravi, in a nutshell, what you're trying to say is that you have a ready-made POC tech available for rural entrepreneurs to just hop on and then try their idea to whether it's working or not.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Thanks a lot. So, and also, by the way, Ravi, one of the early adopters for ONDC, which has been now the new norm, where we can spread across the best-case scenarios what our huge tech giants have used, and now it is coming at the doorsteps for us.
Yeah.
Thanks, Ravi.
Thank you.
Jitesh runs a very interesting company where we all are talking about doubling farmers' income committee and all, right? So where traditionally we have been talking about only how can a farmer increase his money either to produce or something like that. Today, there are also ways where the lot of IFS model has been promoted. It could be intercropping, it could be dairy poultry along with the farmers, which can actually give an additional chunk for that. And now with the latest facial technology, what they have developed, they're actually helping farmers who are already having like 5 to 8 cattle. How can they get the best of the world and then see how they can increase their aspiration to the next stage? Probably Jitesh can, being a tech guy, you can help us understand how are your various network being used and how easy it is for them to onboard to the platform and leverage the services. What do you?
Sure. First of all, thank you so much for having me here. Not very long back, I was sitting there trying to create mental models in my mind as to on all of the ideas, different ideas that I used to have. And it's a great day for social entrepreneurship that on the third day of the summit, post lunch, we have a full hall. So I think congratulations to all of us for that. Again, I'll take 2 minutes to explain what we do as an organization. We are Move Farm. We work with dairy farmers with one simple goal of increasing their farm profitability. So majority of the dairy farmers today are not even sure, they're not even looking at it as their primary income. They have it as a side businesses, and they're not even sure whether the cattle, the assets that they have are making loss for them or profits for them. So there is a huge problem of profitability in dairy farming, which is not true in agriculture in the crop sector, but very prevalent in dairy. And that's the primary focus where we want to come in, and we want to look at these dairy farmers as business owners. We want to explain to them that this is also a business and we need to make profits to survive. This is not a daily milk consumption activity that you do because you're essentially losing money on it. So how we're doing that is we're essentially building inputs and services for these dairy farmers. What a dairy farmer needs is a cattle, the machinery on which produces milk. It needs food, the inputs that goes into the cattle, and some advisory. So we provide all three of them. We provide cattle. We procure good quality cattle from the supply clusters in clusters like Haryana, where we have the black gold of Murrah. and we have our own manufacturing facility for feed, and we bring all of this together in a herd management tool for these farmers, which they can use to understand how to use the inputs that they have to create maximum output from their cattle. Coming to the question that Mr. Patil mentioned, also before that, I would also like to mention how we're using technology in all of this. So I have a very core mental model for how to use technology in non-commoditized markets. So it essentially solves 4 problems for us. One is the quality assurance, because the products that we're selling is non-commoditized. So technology helps us sort, like in crops, it helps us grade stuff. Similarly for cattle, it helps us sort and assess the quality of cattle that we're procuring for farmers. Then it helps us understand and optimize for operations efficiency and operations excellence, essentially solving for the overall cost that we are incurring as a business. Then we enhance the buying experience for these farmers who are buying from us, and eventually helping us enable scale through technology. How we're using this technology to enable micro-entrepreneurship in these regions is we have developed some Moo Sathis. So in this area, in this sector, selling is not very easy, because selling a cattle, which is an 80,000 rupee asset, to farmers from a company which is a Gurgaon-based organization, it's not very easy to directly come and sell to these farmers. So we have leveraged what we initially used to call VLEs and modified them and called them Moo Sathis, and given them applications, technology support to help extend trust to these farmers and sell through them. We're not selecting directly to these farmers, but help creating entrepreneurship simultaneously, using their trust to sell to our farmers, eventually increasing farmer profitability and entrepreneurship in the industry. So yeah, I hope that answers.
Yeah. So in the interest of time, probably what I will do, I'll have one question for all of you and then open up for the audience so that we can actually can get the real questions what most of you guys are looking for. So my question would be for Anil, and all the people here can take a minute to answer this. So you guys have seen this, both the words, I would say urban and Bharat market, and have experienced, lived these 2 journeys, and then have raised good amount of capital for your own respective companies and done that. What would be the 3 things an entrepreneur who is wanting to start? See, because when I was at Hubli, not many of them thought that an ecosystem can come up in that place. But in about 4 years' time, we built a phenomenal, vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem over there. So what would be your guru mantras, or I would say secret sauces, what you want to give for entrepreneurs? Which are the 3 things what they have to be mindful of? What would those be?
First and foremost, don't go with a product or a solution. Go with an open mind as to what is it that is happening, number 1. Number 2, have the reason why you exist as an organization very clear, and that's non-negotiable. In our case, I did not mention what we do. We are an entity that is focused on making markets work for smallholder farmers. That has remained non-negotiable, making markets work for smallholder farmers, not of. For that, we started as lending company, then we became a market linkages company, then we have a foundation, then we have an advisory services arm. So be very clear as to why you exist, or what is it that you have as a vision, and then rest of it should become a means and not an end. Finally, Bharat markets are like onions. You keep peeling, you don't have a solution, but be nimble and agile to be able to keep adding to your offering or keep modifying your offering. Don't get stuck in one model.
That's very nicely put, Anil. Nice of you. Ravi, you would like to add some more?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks for that. So, I mean, with the kind of personality sitting here, I don't know if I should say this is what I would suggest as mantras. But what we have learned as an organization, I come from Udupi, so it classifies as Bharat. And what we have learned is that Bharat is more demanding than India, right? I mean, metro customers are very promiscuous. You'll find them jumping from one brand to another the minute the price goes down somewhere, or the brand promises to make you look younger or grow one additional hair on your head, right? Whereas Bharat customers are far more demanding, right? We learned that when we deployed a solution in Udupi, we said we would do the settlement for the merchants. We built a L-commerce marketplace, which is different from e-commerce. This is local commerce enabled by e-commerce, leveraging social connections and trust. So when we built that model, and when we went to the producers, the merchants, the sellers, so we have a L-commerce model running in Udupi with about 150 merchants, doing about 2,000 transactions per month, and connected to all aspects of the society in that town. So when we went to merchants and we said that we will do the settlement to you, payments that go through the platform, right, within about 6 to 7 days, which is the standard for the industry, which is followed in every metro market by the so-called tech giants. They said, that's too long. I want my money either the same evening or the next day, right? And they said, and their clear diktat to us was, you're not adding value to us, we are adding value to you, right? Because we come onto the platform, your platform gains value. So what we are talking today about Web3, value recognition, value creation, this is something that is already embedded in those societies in Bharat, right? So what I would say is, just rounding off, for metros, it seems to be convenience and time, right? I mean, it's a trade-off. Convenience with time and cost to a certain extent. Whereas Bharat values, the value systems are different, and value, you all know, is very subjective, right? What is valuable to me may not be valuable to him or to him. So the value systems are different. If you're going into Bharat, be prepared to leverage trust, because that trust will enable you to create more value than a regular economic transaction. It is transactions based on an existing relationship in Bharat. Whereas here, relationship, some kind of a pseudo relationship happens in a metro because of a multiple number of transactions done over a period of time. So with that, I think
what I can take in essence is that if we are from Bharat market, we know the market much better than the people outside of it. So do not be the perception that somebody else will solve somebody else's problem. Because I always believe, a strong advocate, that if a true entrepreneur is the one who knows or who sees problem as an opportunity, I think that is when the entrepreneur is born. I think, thanks for that.
If you don't mind, Mr. Patil, I'd like to add just one point. So I'm happy he mentioned that. An entrepreneur is somebody who creates something with limited resources, right? And that is what is happening, we've seen in Bharat. Compared to what we see happening in the metros is crazy business models being funded by someone's money, money is being burnt, and it's customer acquisition. You're just buying customers, right? The term itself is wrong. You're acquiring or buying a customer. Whereas what we've seen in the towns and rural markets is engaging with the customer. How can you create value? They are part of that value creation, and hence you engage with them, you don't acquire them.
Got it. Very beautifully said. Thanks. So, Jitesh, your comments?
Yeah, I think a lot of it is already mentioned, and obviously I'm a little early to be calling out these mantras. But what I've understood till now in my journey is, all of us as entrepreneurs are looking for product market fit. A lot of us are looking. No one is questioning the founder market fit. When we are starting out, building for Bharat is not easy. It's a tough market. If your core is not connected to Bharat, when I started, I remember my co-founder and I did a 1 week of introspection exercise before we started out, because we were building prototypes left, right, and center, because we just want to be entrepreneurs. Eventually realized, yaar, aise nahi hoga. We have to understand what is our core. After that 1 week of introspection exercise, I realized I have to build something which has a social impact. And when that core is connected, when that social impact core was connected, all of the problems that were coming were problems which we were supposed to solve, not problems which would stop us from creating what we were supposed to create. So I think one small value addition to this discussion would be first look for founder market fit and then look for product market fit.
Beautiful. Thanks. Anything you want to like?
Maybe I'll just take a minute. So, I mean, not that these are success mantras. I think these are the things that we keep telling our teams internally. That's what I wanted to share. I think there's just 2 points, right? A lot of people have mentioned it's complex. Guys, if you don't have patience, don't solve for Bharat. I mean, that would be simple, straight thing. It is difficult. The diversity of the country, the diversity of the people, the diversity of the land, the diversity of the agriculture, everything is very, very different. No, there's no single solution fit for all at all. So please have a lot of patience. In fact, there was this rush of raising funds a while back, and we were also suggested, guys, you will be lost. But we held the ground. We said, no, we are not doing anything. We are just focusing on our work. We're just focusing because it's patient. It's a lot. It requires a lot of patience. So the more you live, the more are the chances for you to succeed. I mean, this is something which we kind of tell internally. And the second thing, again, which kind of made us a lot of humble, brought in a lot of humility, is don't underestimate the power of evolution, right? This is something which we have learned the hard way. आप जो भी सोच रहे हो, जो भी business model सोच रहे हो, जो भी commerce model सोच रहे हो, सब कुछ भारत में है. There is someone sitting in some corner already doing it much more better than you. The only thing he has or you have which he does not have, capital, vision, and probably understanding of what to do, right? Other than that, they have everything. I mean, we've learned, I mean, I am okay to say that whatever innovations we've done failed, whatever innovations we've copied worked beautifully.
Very well
I mean,
said.
That's why I would say evolution is very, very powerful.
No, it's very well said. I think in the interest of time, we can actually have 1 or 2 questions from the audience. You can raise a hand, we'll get it. Before that, I just want to make one quick comment from Madan. If you,
I just wanted to add to what you said. Bharat markets are like onions. I just want to add it's more ways than one, because as you cut an onion, you cry. And to the fact that only when you link that founder market fit and that lage raho munapai philosophy, you can go beyond the crying to make something achievable, right? So it is a hard thing to crack and you have to be at it.
I just want to add to that. That onion example is wonderful. So you'll cry when cutting the onion, but imagine the dish without the onion. So it's so satisfying, and I think that's what matters.
we'll take one question from thing. It's also a tough time for me with such a limited time. I have to moderate such a eminent speakers here. Yeah, please, sir.
Sir, I'm a social entrepreneur myself. I work with an international NGO spread across the country. What we have seen in the villages is that, as my friend said, trust, of course, but again, sustaining that trust and going for replicability and scalability and sustainability, giving them the feeling of ownership over a period of time becomes extremely difficult.
Yeah.
How are we managing that? Is there any seed at the beginning of the enterprise that you started? And what is your future strategy? Thank you.
Very, very valid question, I would say, or very valid observation. The entire model of Samunnati is indeed built on this trust dimension and sustaining it. 2 of our experiences, again, I'm not sermonizing. One is social capital is what we refer to as the trust. You know, the familiarity of working together and being in the same vicinity and living together. The only way to sustain the trust is to align the incentives. If we know that our incentives are aligned, I'm not looking at making money from you, but you make money, and in that I have a small margin. Put them in the front, appreciate and meet them where they are. That's where the founder market fit is so important. The moment we say, I know your problem, I have a solution, after that you will be in heaven. You may go to heaven first, because they know what their life is and they are much more rational than what we feel.
Can we just take one more question if you don't mind? Yeah. Okay, sure. Please go ahead.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Hi. First of all, thank you for the lovely discussion. There were like a lot of good points raised. My question is, like he said, I mean, there's no one fit solution because India itself is such a diverse thing. So you obviously, for new markets, you have to adapt with new strategies, which in turn brings new challenges. So my question is, in the long-term perspective, do you think that limits the amount of growth that you can expect in the Bharat marketplace? Because even though there's a huge amount of potential, the amount of work that goes into, tapping into different types of marketplaces and entering that, and ultimately you end up feeling that you reach a ceiling, because if in order to approach something else, it becomes a whole new business model on its own. So do you think it caps it, or do you think it's one more opportunity, a challenge that you need to tweak some things on the way you operate in order to, enter into that new base?
I think very beautifully put. Thanks a lot. I just add a point on that, and probably Jitesh can take this. This is something which most of the entrepreneurs have in mind, right? When they have a market, they say it's a 1 million market. Once they get into the field, it's a 10 million market. Once they get into the say it's a close to. I'm not sure if most of you know. I mean, when I looked at MooFarms in the initial days, the market for cattle trading and the cattle facial recognition tool, I was thinking it could be a 100 million market, that's all. But when I looked at deeper part of it, I think probably Jitesh would be a right person to answer that question. What I feel.
So I'll start with the statistic. So one state of India, which is Rajasthan, the amount of cattle that gets traded, the dollar value of cattle that gets traded in Rajasthan in 1 year is close to $4 billion.
$4 billion market.
Yeah, one state. That's yeah. So coming to the question, I think diversification, I look at it definitely as an opportunity and not as a ceiling. Even within cattle, we are doing one SKU at a time. So when we are doing cattle trade, we are doing one breed. There's a lot of science, lot of engineering that goes into understanding one breed of cattle and trying to sell it in the right quality assurance, giving the right profitability assurance to the farmers. But once I've done that, once I've done the supply chain management of the whole thing, it is just all about adding new SKUs. I look at it that way. Similarly, I think for WeGrow as well, once they've cracked how they are transporting and how they've added technology to the way they are capturing the correct supply clusters for particular SKUs, once they've understood the dynamics of the market, then it's all about adding new SKUs and just figuring out the little nuances that the new SKU adds up. I think it's, yeah.
We'll take one last question. I'm extremely sorry. Yeah, we can add it. In the meanwhile, most of us will be available for some time outside. We will love to take some questions. In the interest of time, after this, we'll take one more question and then we'll wrap it up.
Just adding to the statistic what Jitesh mentioned. So there's this port in my hometown called Malpe. And Malpe is I don't know how many of you have heard of it. It's a fishing port. And it currently does just the value of the fish, right? 3,000 crores annually coming from one port. And I just go back to answer your question. If you engage with the customer in these markets in Bharat, and if you're able to, so trust is a very dynamic, it's something that is very close to people. So if you are able to ramp up that trust to something that is approval and admiration, you can sort of, lead to uncapped long-term value from each consumer. So yes, the loyalty remains, and it's up to you to how you engage in multiple forms. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hi, this is more like a need than a question. And since we are talking about Bharat, there's a mini Bharat right here. See, I've been suggesting this for the last several years, all these events. With Bangalore's, world famous traffic jams and whatever the issues are. During such events, the organizers and the government and everybody should try to enable, car and taxi pool right here. Last 2 days, many people, including myself, for more than 1 to 1.5 hours, we are not getting a single taxi or an auto. And it's possible to do dynamically in the app itself, and also create maybe a WhatsApp group and different general directions, somebody going south, east, west, some 8 to 10 different directions, like how the airport buses are coming.
We're actually giving a startup idea for many of us to see
Yes,
what we can do it.
that is one of the reasons I wanted to say this. And I've been suggesting this for several years now. It hasn't been, recognized, or there's no cognizance of it.
We'll see.
It's a very bad need. See, it'll reduce the, traffic jams, the availability of taxis and autos with just during peak hours.
But this is not an idea for Bharat, though.
I agree. It's a well taken, sir. Thanks a lot. Thanks for that. Okay, I think I did a decent job, I hope, because managing some of these people actually was really, really tough. And having 1-2 questions for all of it. My only suggestion or submission would be that guys, the market is so big, it is just outside one's imagination. So do not assume that it's a, I mean, I've seen many founders telling that, sir, it's been already competition. If there is a competition, feel that you are in the right market. And please, the only thing what differentiates the Bharat market is the percent. Lagero Munna by what has been said by Gagan, right? So that's something, if at all we are onto it, we will make a difference. With that, I think, thanks a lot for the organizers. Thanks for Mita sir and Madan. All my fellow panelists here, thanks a lot. Thanks for you. And thanks for the wonderful audience here. Thank you.
A big thank you to our wonderful panelists for this very insightful session. Thank you, gentlemen. I now request Mr. Madan Padaki to please hand over the tokens of appreciation to our wonderful panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. I now request Ms. Parnika Pavandram, who is the General Manager, Admin, Department of IT-BT, to please come on stage and hand over the token of appreciation to Mr. Madan Padaki. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session will be starting very soon, which is a session on how Bengaluru Jubilee edition of Bengaluru Tech Summit, organized by the Department of Electronics, Information Technology, Biotechnology, and Science and Technology, and co-hosted by the Software Technology Parks of India. We move on to our next session, which is again another very interesting session about how Bengaluru startup ecosystem is accelerating innovation in the corporate sector. As always, we have very distinguished and eminent panelists for this session as well. I would now request Mr. Ravi Narayanan, who's a trustee TIE Global, who's going to be giving us the keynote speech, and he's going to be the moderator as well for this session, to please come on stage. Mr. Ravi is a global startup ecosystem builder and a thought leader in the innovation space. He's a trustee on the Indus Entrepreneurs Global Board. Welcome, sir.
Hi, good afternoon. High energy. Once again, let me try. By the way, I'm not Narayanan, I'm Narayan, which is a Kannadiga, very much a part of Bangalore ecosystem. So while these slides are coming up, I just want to give you the other side. I'm sure there are several startups here and there are some corporates here. So one of the things that we tell large corporates to think about is that if you really want to be around in the next 10 years, you have to be in a thriving ecosystem. If you're not in a thriving ecosystem, you're not going to exist, because the rate with which innovation is required for you, you will not be able to do it with your internal resources. You have to tap into innovations outside of you. And that's what is called an open innovation ecosystem. And that's what several corporates, if they want to do well, either gravitate to Silicon Valley or Bangalore or both, and things like, and do that. And that's what we have seen. So when I joined Microsoft back in 2012, having a large corporation set up office in Bangalore to tap into innovation was unheard of. Because they said, what's going on after all in Bangalore that is so great? And then we showed that because of the fact that they were there, they were able to tap into something that was happening before their eyes. And that's what we are beginning to see, at least 2 unicorns a month now that are announcing, and then there are other startups that are announcing IPOs and so on and so forth. So in that context, Bangalore has become a hotbed for several corporates to set up shop. So I'll just take you through a few slides, because I think it'll give you a flavor for why it is that the corporates are coming here. And whoever are the entrepreneurs here, you should know that these corporate entities exist. They are, for you, a validator of what you're building is right, and they're also potential customers for you to generate revenue from them, right? So you should be tapping into them because they're right here in Bangalore. So some of the, let me turn this way so I can also see what I'm talking about. Oh, there it is, but I can't read it. Okay. All right. So corporate participation is significantly up from the pre-pandemic levels, because now digitization and access to data and doing AI and ML has become almost a necessity for you to build innovations for the new economy. There are about 260 startups. More than 60% of them are in Bangalore. This is 260 startups in India at the moment, and 60% of them are in Bangalore. About 175% of them are looking at investments possibilities. 35 of them are looking at M&A, and more than 80 of them in India are actually doing accelerators. You see that several of the deals that have actually happened as far as investments is concerned is actually because they are looking, corporates are actually participating in those investments as well. And some of the names are down below. You can see most of the active corporate investors are down below. There used to be a bunch of Chinese ones, and now that has begun to come down. But the interesting things are here. You should see, I don't know if there's a pointer, but there is ONGC, which is a PSU, which is beginning to come in and put in money and begin to understand how to take advantage of these small startups as they grow. There are also acquisitions that are being now coming through, and these acquisitions happen not at the early stages that you're in, but these are happening at a much later stage. The motivations for such acquisitions are the fact that they don't have access to this technology. They want access to this technology very, very quickly, and they acquire to make that happen. Or they are, looking to acquire to access into a market that they haven't been able to access in the past. With every passing year, more and more corporates are building structured open innovation ecosystems, and you'll hear more about that from my fellow panelists when they come up here. They continue to register success stories through structured collaboration programs, and there are several of these, and we'll talk about them in the session. And the well-funded startups, as in the Flipkarts and the larger unicorns that are already gone through their startup phases and now beginning to wanting to innovate even faster what they have doing, or at least keep pace with the kind of innovation rates that they had in the past. They are actually tapping into this in a very large way, and Flipkart happens to be one of them. And Naren from Flipkart has kindly agreed to join us on this panel, so you can hear that story from him. So these are the unicorns. About 205 active unicorns and potential unicorns are have leveraged about 50 unique startups, 18 for investments, 36 for M&A, and 10 for open innovation already. So this is something that M&A continues to be the central to the product and market expansion, as I mentioned to you earlier, for the mature startups. And there's also big ticket acquisitions that have happened for some of the larger businesses that were doing mostly offline, wanting to come into the online and the digitized economy. So I will just skip a few of these. So with every subsequent year, you're beginning to see that inorganic growth is becoming a requirement. So the playbook can increase playbook can actually grow a lot faster in the M&A, in the corporate innovation space. Okay, so there's a lot of information regarding this, but we'll continue to talk about this. And these are some of the case studies where delivery has done 4 acquisitions, open innovation, and 5 investments. Razorpay, another large unicorn in the fintech space, 3 acquisitions, 1. They also have an open innovation program and 3 investments. Yeah. So that's kind of the flavor for you as what has happened so far. You have corporations that have to by design and by plan, work with the open innovation platform, and they have to tap into ecosystems such as Bengaluru to make that happen. And what is happening in Bengaluru today, we'll discuss it in greater detail with my fellow panelists. So with that, I would like to invite my fellow panelists, Abhay Tandon from TVS, Madhurima Agrawal from Microsoft, Shruti Kannan from Cisco, and Naren Ravula from Flipkart. For a detailed introduction, could I request you, please?
Thank you, sir, for sharing your wonderful thoughts. So we have a wonderful panelist, the rest of the wonderful panelists here is with us. Ms. Shruti Kannan, who is the head of Cisco for Startups. Shruti is the head of Cisco for Startups, spearheading engagements with deep tech startup founders on fine-tuning their business strategies, co-creating end-to-end digital solutions, and opening up joint go-to-market opportunities as well as instrumenting follow-on funding in 2021. Mr. Naren Narul, welcome, ma'am. Mr. Naren Ravula, who's a Vice President, Head of Product Strategy and Deployment at Flipkart. Mr. Naren Ravula is a VP and Head of Product Strategy and Deployment at Flipkart. He leads product strategy across the Flipkart portfolio, Flipkart Labs, Flipkart Group's incubation arm for emerging technologies and strategy deployment, including the strategic and technical program management teams. Welcome, sir. Mr. Abhay Tandon, who is the Head Digital and AI Innovation at TVS Motor Company. He is the Head Digital and AI Innovation at TVS Motors, as well as co-founder and general partner at 321 Capital. He has led innovation in India for 3 Fortune 100 companies, Lowe's, Target, and Abinbev. Over the last 7+ years in technology innovation function, he has executed over 30 deep technology projects with startups and other innovation stakeholders across the value chain of retail and fast-moving consumer goods. Ms. Madhurima, welcome, sir. Ms. Madhurima Agarwal, who's a country head for Microsoft for Startups, Microsoft India. Ms. Madhurima leads Microsoft for Startups in India. In her personal capacity, she dons various hats, including that of an angel investor, advisor, and mentor to startups. Madhurima has received many accolades for her contributions to the startup ecosystem in India. Madhurima has also been a founder and believes that's what allows her to empathize with founders and to support them in their journey. Welcome, ma'am. Now I request Mr. Ravi Narayan to take over the session. He is going to be moderating the session. Thank you, sir.
All right. Once again, welcome to the panelists. Thank you for making the time to join us today. I can see a full room, and I'm sure there's a lot of things that you can learn from the distinguished panelists that we have here. Before I get started, I just wanted to place my vote of thanks to Zinov, who actually helped put these presentations together so that you get a quick glimpse of what's happening in the corporate innovation space. So with that, I would like to invite Shruti to get us started. First, tell us a little bit about how she got into this corporate innovation space and what is Cisco doing today in India from the programs that Cisco Launchpad manages.
Thank you, Ravi. So right out of college, I had a couple of choices, and I made a choice to join a startup. This was, several decades back, and that entrepreneurial itch kind of caught me since then, and it's been part of the DNA. I was very fortunate not just to build the very first lines of code and build the stacks in the mobility space for 2G, 3G, and 4G, but also get acquired by Cisco way back in 2009-10 to become the mobile internet technology group at Cisco Systems. So it was a broadening of horizons at every point of time. Every couple of years, it was about new learning. It was about building relationships and connecting very diverse I would say thought processes, diverse kind of opportunities, use cases, and most importantly, technology. So I see technology as a very key enabler in empowering the communities around us. So that is what kind of led me, I would say more of a passion towards startups that kind of led me into Cisco Launchpad in 2016-17. And since then, we've also grown up to become Cisco for Startups. This is one of a kind where we are actually starting out from India and building a program globally to access, very many use cases across the globe.
Fantastic, Shruti. It's something of a great pride to see that Cisco actually has tried several initiatives from India first, and then looking at the successes, then tries to do it, take it globally. So thank you very much, Shruti. Naren, you are very much a part of the story that we just spoke about, the unicorns and soonicorns, also tapping into the younger startups to grow much faster through open innovation, through investments, M&A. Tell us your story, how you got into this and what's Flipkart doing in India today.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, it's great to be here. As I was driving over, I was just reflecting that I literally grew up 2 kilometers from this location, right? And so it's great to be part of this event. See, I think Flipkart as a company, we've actually really believed in innovation, right? I think innovation has been the foundation of our company, and the core reason why we've managed to scale and be the kind of unicorn that we are today. And in my day job, I manage something called Flipkart Labs, right? So this is our internal effort to innovate. But I firmly believe that nobody really has a monopoly on ideas, right? And ideas can come from anywhere. And as a large company, we still need to be open to working with anybody. And I feel startups have that agility and that great momentum behind them, and we want to be part of their growth story, right? And we feel whatever we have learned in our journey, we want to be in a position to pass that on to our startup community. So with that in mind, a couple of years back, we started something called Flipkart Leap, which is our startup accelerator. This is an accelerator that works across different models. Some of them are where startups get just a grant. No equity stake is given up by the startups, right? So for early startups, working with a corporate partner tends to be it's a hard consideration for them, right? So they don't want to work with somebody too soon, right? So there are different models that we have sort of innovated within our broader accelerator program, and some of them requires the startups not to have to give up equity investments, right? So the other thing that we've done this year is we've also enabled paid pilots for many startups. So there are many startups, for example, who are not looking for an investment, but they would love to get a signature customer signed up, right? And wherever there is an overlap between what the startup is doing and the Flipkart portfolio, we have the ability to enable that for startups as well. And something new that we started this year is the classic venture investment model. So we do seed investments in startups as well, right? So all three varieties of the accelerator programs are now part of Flipkart Leap. And I'll just make one quick announcement. So the next cohort of Flipkart Leap is going to launch literally in a week. So do look for information on it at flipkartleap.com.
Thanks, Nain. So Madhurima, you've started with the journey already with NetApp, and now you're with Microsoft. So I just wanted to get your personal views on this space that is emerging in Bangalore, and your the role of Microsoft, in India through the program that you're running.
Sure, thanks, Ravi. So you shared a lot of data and interesting statistics about what's happening in the ecosystem, and I think I've been fortunate enough to be part of this in various roles. One thing I want to say, a lot of you might be hearing some bad news about, funding is dipping and all, but let me tell you, now is one of the best times to be an entrepreneur. And that optimism we see across the board, across investors, ecosystem enablers, and entrepreneurs. So have that faith in yourself, because that is what driven me to be part of this, for nearly 2 decades now. I started my journey as a founder in 1999, and I didn't know the word startups then, but now in hindsight, it was a startup. Today at Microsoft for Startups, what I'm very passionate about is that we have to support startups as a corporate, right? Somebody who has resources, how do we extend that to the new entrepreneurs, to the founders who are starting on this journey? And given the fact that today, most of them are born in the cloud, literally, or they are using, cloud technology as an enabler for their business. So as part of Microsoft for Startups Founders Hub, which is a global program, what we are doing is that giving access to cloud credits up to $150,000 worth of Azure credits, free licenses for productivity tools that will help you, collaborate with your team as you grow, maximize the productivity. Other than that, it's, if you give a toy to a child and don't tell them how to play with it, they might even end up breaking it. So we ensure that there's enough technical expertise that is shared in the form of mentoring, in form of strategy discussions that you can have with our team. who has had a lot of experience. We've got founders, ex-founders, people who worked in startups, so they can understand and empathize with you. So this is what is my presentation as part of Microsoft for startups for the entrepreneurs. And come and try it is what I would say. The ecosystem is thriving, and it's all because of you.
Thanks, Madhurima. Finally, we come to Abhay. Abhay has been around the block several times, and he's also an author on this particular subject. He's written a book. You should read that book as well, right? Upcoming. Oh, okay. Sorry. Just because I haven't picked it up, I don't know. But yeah, so Abhay, has several years of experience, and now today he's with TVS. And usually, a lot of Indian corporates, are seen to be one that take a little bit of time to innovate. But several of the Indian corporates are now beginning to take this thing on. And how about that? We saw ONGC, a PSU, wanting to get into this sphere as well. So I just wanted to get to understand Abhay's personal journey and also how TVS is going around doing corporate innovation.
Thank you so much, Ravi. I think my journey in the ecosystem, the startup ecosystem and the innovation ecosystem began about 10, 11 years back with venture capital, then a startup. And then there was some sort of soul searching happening around how do I create a bigger impact? And that's when I realized that corporate innovation could be a pathway towards creating that impact for the society, right, at large. And of course, organizations benefit, but so do everyone else. There are a lot of people that can get impacted by the technology innovation side of things. And I got into that. Worked with, this is my fourth large corporate that I've worked with from a corporate innovation standpoint. And having worked for 3 large corporates, global corporates who are not headquartered in India, there was something missing that I felt, and that's where TVS happened. Because there was a very conscious call that I want to work for a corporate which is headquartered in India. So TVS has presence in 86 plus countries today. We have 6% global market share. That means every 6 out of 100 bikes that you see across the globe are TVS bikes, right? And TVS is a large conglomerate with multiple companies.
Is TVS Motors or they're all TVS?
TVS Motor Company. So there's TVS Motor, there's TVS Credit, and so on and so forth. But TVS Motor Company alone is present in 86 countries, right? And 6% market share. So there was that feeling that, why don't I work for a company which is in heart and has become global? And to my people do not know enough about Indian corporates innovating. When I landed at TVS about 8 months back, I realized that we had already worked with about 80 startups, 80 plus actually by now. We have invested in a lot of them. We have acquired a lot of them. And it came as a surprise to me because we have not really gone out and spoken about it, but the intent has always been to ensure that we innovate, and that innovation happens through multiple corridors or multiple channels. It could be startups, it could be loosely held innovators, a single person who's innovating something new. It could be academic institutions, it could be the government, and so on and so forth, that you come together and create a overall ecosystem around that, right? And the second perception was that now there's going to be a focused innovation group, and I kind of realized that that's not the case again, right? TVS bikes, for example, EVs, have not been on fire. That means the engineering innovation has always been there, right? That is why we've been able to capture that market and been able to provide great experiences to our consumers. So there are a lot of misconceptions out there about Indian corporates. The more time that I'm spending at TVS, I'm realizing that, and we continue to strive forward towards making meaningful partnerships. We have partnered with a company in ARVR called Avatar, which is Sequoia funded. We've also partnered with a lot of unfunded bootstrap companies who are doing something very disruptive. So it's a combination of every technology across every aspect. We love to partner with startups and bring that innovation experience to a lot more consumers.
Great, thanks, Babay. So let me get back to Madhurima. And if you were to kind of look back on the journey of Microsoft for startups over the last several years, what do you think are the successes? Are there specific names or specific number of companies that you have worked with that have raised a significant amount of funding, got acquired, and what do you think are the successes of the programs, other than the fact that what has happened to Microsoft, what has happened to the startups and through the ecosystem?
So given the scale and the history that Microsoft has had of engaging with startups in India, and Ravi, you were a founding member. You started Microsoft Accelerator and took it to great heights. What today I can say very proudly that we have over 2,000 startups that are part of the platform who have availed benefits in the form of credits, in the form of mentoring and stuff. There are a lot of names. In fact, some names you would see all over here today. There's Builder.ai, there are Razorpay. They are all on Microsoft platform, and they've grown with us really. So if we talk about the number of startups that have converted into paid clients for Microsoft, that's one way to look at it, because they became so big that they were willing to pay and use the credits. That's a high number in hundreds. But irrespective of the statistics, I think there's a credibility that gets attached to a startup once they say that they're associated with a big brand sometimes, right? And it's a struggle. I have seen a lot of young startups, excellent product, excellent value proposition. But sometimes the large corporates, the enterprises are hesitant to engage with them because they are not sure of the longevity of that startup. Right? And having been associated with Microsoft or any other big brand name for that matter, somewhere brings in that credibility that somebody has really researched, that somebody is helping them, somebody will handhold them through the journey, and thus it opens more doors for them.
Thanks, Madhurima. Naren?
Yeah, see, I think if you look at the history of the startup accelerators, right, it is largely probably been scaled by MNCs. And so relatively speaking, I think Flipkart's entry is more recent. But
This
I
is
think
which cohort of yours, third or fourth?
this is going to be the third cohort that we are going to launch. But then we've introduced those three different models that I talked about, right, based on the different needs of startups. I think the interesting thing maybe for all of you to realize is a startup like Flipkart, right? Our engineers feel they can build anything, right? So they don't really want us to go and generally the tendency tends to be, hey, why are we even partnering with somebody, or why are we investing in this other company? We can do it. But you get to a point where the company is really large, you're operating in so many different areas, and clearly the pace of innovation far outweighs any nimble team's ability to execute, right? And so it is really a philosophy change. And now we are out there very actively working with startups. So we've had really good successes with even our first three cohorts, including a company called ANS Commerce, which works on building e-commerce stacks for direct-to-consumer brands. And this is a company that we had that was part of our first cohort that Flipkart ended up acquiring, right? So that's a very interesting success story for us. Another startup that I really like to talk about is Unbox Robotics. Now, this is a company that was founded in the supply chain space. These were ex-Flipkart product managers who quit the company, who went off and started a company. And we managed to then work very closely with them. And so there are across many different interesting areas like augmented reality, virtual reality, 3D, supply chain, which is a big use case for us. Our portfolio has many interesting use cases, many interesting startups that we are working with. And now this is an entrenched part of what Flipkart does. I just feel this amplifies our ability to innovate.
Thanks, Nayan. Shruti, successes of the Cisco program so far?
Ravi, have you taken the metro, Bangalore Metro?
Yep.
How many of you in the audience have taken the Bangalore Metro? How many of you have used the QR code mechanism for buying the tickets there? Awesome. So that was built by one of our portfolio startup, Hello.ai. So we are seeing transformation around us, not just in urban areas like in Bangalore. You talked about Satsure, one of the startups that worked with Cisco in Kerala. around the Kannur region. So they have married satellite technology with soil technology. And together they are giving visibility not just to the village administration, but also to financial institutions. So just imagine very disparate dots being connected very meaningfully. So farmers are at the receiving end. They are able to get access to credit backed by data, not just by the gut feel of that particular manager of a given financial institution. It gives much more power even to the financial institution to say that I am giving credit to this farmer, and think about the impact it has on all of our plates on a daily basis. So these are changes that we are instrumenting using the power of technology. So I would say at Cisco, the mantra is IIT, not Indian Institute of Technology, but innovation, integration, and transformation. In some cases, you can substitute integration with incubation, because we're also working on emerging technologies like quantum safe computing. QNU Labs, one of our incubated startups, portfolio startups, they are building the first quantum lab for the Indian Army. Very proud at it, very proud at enabling their baby steps, and now seeing their growth is immense. That's the most fulfilling part of being in this space, tracing their growth throughout their life cycle, throughout their journey. ViewNet Systems yesterday has been in the news. They raised their funding round, and they are enabling financial institutions, including the biggest ones in the country. They are providing full stack observability. So any issues with our transactions, say on UPI or on accounting platforms, they are able to give entire visibility. So who is at the end of this? Who is at the receiving end of all of this? It's us. We the people are the consumers. We are also making it happen using the power of technology.
Great. Thank you, Shruti. Abhay, some of the successes of the program so far and your plans for the future.
So there are multitude. I mean, there are multiple successes that we have seen so far, right? And I've been involved in various organizations. Even at TVS, we have seen a lot. And one of the philosophies that I've noticed, or ways of working, mechanisms that I've noticed, is it's not just a startup and a corporate winning. There's so many other aspects to it, and that is where open innovation in my head becomes a different outlook towards looking at success, right? Because a lot of these projects have involved a lot of internal members of R&D, for example, new product development. There have been startups, there have been academic institutions, and there have been loosely held innovators, and all of them have come together to solve for a lot of these problems. These could be across technology areas. Back in the day in 2015, computer vision, high successful deployment at scale, creating an impact of about $1.5 billion was one of the first successes that I saw in corporate innovation with an Indian startup, right? Target, in fact, when I worked back for Target in 2015-16, Target also started in India first. It's a US-based company, $110 billion top line. They started in India first, right? They saw the success stories coming from India, and then they set up shop in US, which is where they're headquartered. When I look at someone like TVS, right, which is an Indian conglomerate, and have grown size to size over the last few decades, I see that when I first walked in, my perception about walking into a manufacturing environment was very different than what I perceived and what I saw, right? I saw robotic arms, 16 feet robotic arms, doing a bunch of automated activities which are picked up from aerospace industry and brought in there through some startups where they already used transfer efficiency mechanisms using neural net through startups. And I was like, wow, you're already doing this. To a lot of autonomous cars and so on and so forth. So a lot of these technologies, including quantum, like Shruti mentioned, for new product development have already been in place, and they're being tested out and being churned out.
No, this is phenomenal. See, you just get a cross-section of the kinds of successes these large corporations have already seen by interacting with the startups in the ecosystem. And also, there are these corporations that are not just attracting the startups that are in the city, but they also attract startups from outside of the city to come to this city, or from all over India to Bangalore, from outside of India, to Bangalore. So, so there is the possibility that, that this becomes even more vibrant over a period of time. Now, one of the things that we have spoken about is how large corporations are leveraging startups. But the interesting thing in Bangalore has reached the next level of maturation, where startups are actually beginning to take advantage of large corporations to supply to them. Cloud is one thing, but ISRO is actually supplying parts to several of the startups in the space technologies, where they are building some pieces for them so that they can do that. And these are probably ones that are already built, and they have the opportunity now to be part of an innovation ecosystem. So ISRO being a supplier to a startup, I think is a phenomenal inflection point for us in how we are building this ecosystem now, not just to make our large industry partners innovative, but also them becoming part of the innovation ecosystem through working with these startups in a much more intimate ways. So what I'll do is I have a few more questions, but before I do that, how many of you have questions from the audience for the panel? Can you raise your hand? You have? Okay. There's one here, one there. How many more questions do we have? Or will you warm up as time goes on? Okay, let's start from here. Can you please pass on the mic to this gentleman here?
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Murthy, and thank you very much for organizing, this session. And thank you, Mr. Ravi, for moderating this and giving me an opportunity to express myself in such a pleasant atmosphere here in Bangalore. My question to Mr. Abhay is, TVS is, an amazing automotive company. Predominantly, we see them as an automotive with an electromechanical approach. So how did you really start about the digitization transformation? What were the roadblocks, what you faced when you started this one? How did the leadership get on board? And what is your piece of advice which you could give an electromechanical company to start with digital transformation, please?
Thank you so much. And a lot of people say that auto has been a laggard industry. So let me start with that context, right? So maybe from an e-commerce or retail standpoint, auto has been slow because something that has worked out for them for years, they've continued to use that while incremental innovation continues to happen, right? Digital innovation or digital aspect of any automobile now is pegged at about 35% of any vehicle is 35% digital, right? Today you are talking about bikes which are talking to you all the time, which is giving you data all the time, which is telling you where to turn left or right on your bike displays itself, right? There's constant transformation of data that's happening, right? And they're interconnected vehicles. There's a lot of technologies. For example, we recently launched TVS Motoverse, which is our segue into metaverse, right? Because a lot of consumers are now wanting to access data in a digital format through AR, VR, through metaverse kind of experiences. So retail, I mean, if you look at automotive, right, again, there are so many layers to it. One of them is utility, right? Utility has digital applications. The second is retail. It has digital applications. You talk about new product development. All of you can set, different engineers are sitting in different parts of the world and yet building a holographic 3D display right in front of them to change things, make modifications, and get the models ready, right? So there is digital applications are increasing day by day. And TVS, I think I didn't need to do that with TVS. That, after I came and I convinced them, hey, listen, let's go digital transformation. They hired me, they approached me, and that means that this has been going on for a few years now. As I said, right, they've already worked with 80 plus startups. So it's something that the leadership was already aware of. Our new MD, Sudarshan Venu, is the fourth generation entrepreneur. He's very aggressive. We have invested in the likes of Rapido, right? Because the message is very clear that, we are not just an automotive manufacturer. We're a mobility player. Our EVs are selling higher than some of our biggest competitors that you hear of. We don't market ourselves as well, but we are the largest seller of EVs right now in the country in that segment, in that biggest segment of EVs, right? So it's there, it's all. So digital is prevalent through and it's been working well for us.
Great, thanks, Abhay. Next question. Who has the mic? Go ahead.
Yeah, hello. Yeah, first of all, thank you for this was again one more good panel discussion, a lot of valid points and meaningful insights. My question is that I mean, obviously, all of us have noticed that over the years, innovation in India has gone through the roof. I mean, the rate at which we've been innovating in different aspects has gone up. But do you think this would reduce the talent leakage that the country is currently facing, as in a lot of skilled people are preferring to go abroad, maybe in search of higher opportunities, higher paying? You think now that we're progressing so much in innovation, and then, like, for example, Bangalore is becoming a huge ecosystem, you think now slowly people would prefer to stay back and work out their talents here? Or do you think we still have some strides to go in that aspect?
Thank you. Anyone wants to take the question?
See, you have to look at it from a behavioral angle, right? Where does talent go? Wherever there is opportunity, right? It's as simple as that. If you yourself made the statement that today innovation in India is going through the roof. Look at the whole cycle. If there's innovation, if there are startups, what are they ending up doing? Leave the funding aside. They are creating job opportunities for people. And these are high quality jobs, because this is where people get to express themselves. People get to be creative. People get to create on cutting edge technology, which is very important for anybody, right? To keep them in that job. So tell me any reason why you think that might not happen. If your statement is innovation is going through the roof, people will start more ventures. More ventures means more opportunities to either start your own or to be part of a very exciting organization. And that itself is going into a virtuous cycle. So as you see today, we call it the Flipkart gang. A lot of unicorns have come out of Flipkart, started by ex-employees of Flipkart. So similarly, more companies, more employees, more founders, and then it happens. Why did people used to go abroad earlier? If you read history, it was always because they didn't think that there were high-paying jobs in India. Today, that's no more the case. India is not seen as a cost destination. It is seen as a talent destination. So I have full belief, and only future will tell. But to your answer, yes, people will stay in India, and it will reduce the brain leakage, as they call it.
Naren, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, so just a personal story, right? So I spent all my professional career in the US, and I moved back after spending 15 plus years there. And to me, where India is right now, with the opportunity, basically the macro opportunity, it is industry agnostic. I think it is huge. And also the geopolitical situation right now is totally in our favor. I'm a strong believer that the next, several decades, this is the place to be. And I truly believe that, not just because I made this personal decision to come back, but I genuinely believe that there is that opportunity. I think we used to have a little bit of a challenge in speaking from a technology, standpoint, right? I think deep tech and some of those core technology areas were still a little removed from our ability to access and innovate there. Not anymore. I feel you're going to see innovation happen across the entire spectrum. It's not going to be limited to some of the pockets like it's been over the last 10 years. I think the next 10 years, there's not going to be a space where India is not going to be able to, play a meaningful role.
Thanks, Naren. One more question. We'll just.
Can I just add to that? Yeah. I want to just share my observation about the university's role in this. I was at a few universities in the last 2-3 weeks. So there is a very visible shift in universities wanting to include entrepreneurship in their curriculum. So it is no longer restricted to, hey, I'm an electrical engineer and I study electrical alone. It's not like that anymore. It is becoming cross-functional, cross-disciplinary approach that the universities are coming up with, and with entrepreneurship also becoming part of the curriculum. Plus, the placement office is giving you some breaks to pursue your own, opportunities, create your own stuff, and give you those placement holidays and things like that. A lot of universities are starting up their own venture funds in-house. So I'm sure all of this is leading us towards one trajectory, that of creating opportunities right from within India.
Thanks, Shruti. One more question from the back there, and then we'll take one from here.
Hello. Hi, this is Shivani. Continuing with this thread, I had just this question. Everything is through the roof, but female founder participation is definitely not. What is the ecosystem doing to incentivize this, and what are the steps each one of your ecosystems are doing?
wants to take this?
First of all, Shivangi, thank you for asking that question because that gives us an opportunity to pitch for support for female entrepreneurs. I've been one myself, and having faced the challenges, I felt very strongly that when I had an opportunity to do something to support female founders, what can I do? So at NetApp, that was my previous stint, we started a program called Accelerate Her that was focused only on female founders. We gave them everything that we were giving to all the founders, and we tried to give them more. The more being supporting them on areas which are specific challenges for female entrepreneurs. And why I say this, it's not just me who did that. Today, we see that across the board. We see funds that are coming up who have this commitment of investing either only in women founders or in businesses which are, creating more better field for women, right? There are many such funds. I don't want to take specific names because I'll miss a lot of them. But that's one shift that is happening. Is it enough what's happening? Absolutely not. Right? There's a long way to go. But what heartens me is that there is an active dialogue around this that started to happen. There are people who are realizing the need for this. But I always tell all the female entrepreneurs, don't call yourself female entrepreneurs. Say, I'm an entrepreneur. That's what matters, right? The only thing is that sometimes, we talk about equality, but here what's needed is equity, which means somebody, whether it's an individual, whether it's a group of people, or whether it's a particular, strata of group society, they've not got equal access opportunities earlier. So give them a little bit extra to ensure that there is equity, right? That's what's needed. And I'll let my other panelists comment on it. But you're very right to raise this issue. Please do that everywhere so that people who are not aware of it will realize and contribute to this.
Thank you,
As
Madhurima.
part of the Women in STEM Council leader for CII, I think it is just not an entrepreneur issue. I think it is a STEM issue that is being addressed in its entirety in the country. And I would want to vocally call out the support of male allies also in this. It's not just you're alone in this and struggling, but it is about leading in with your passion, leading in with your purpose, and solving for it together. Like Madhurima said, I think the North Star is set. All you have to do is get a support system around you, and we're all in it to be, accelerating that journey as well.
Thanks, Shruti. We'll take the last question here.
Very good afternoon. This is Karthik here. I'm one of the co-founders of Zelivate. We are building a community of engineers, basically assist engineers. Just to add on to women entrepreneurs, we are also trying to build a cohort of, women technical folks who can be paid equivalent to the other people out there. When it comes to price and the sensitivity around technology, we see a lot of inflation off late. How do you think we should battle this challenge when it comes to a bootstrap startup? Because compared to a Series A or a Series B startup, it's quite difficult for a bootstrap company to pay a lot, right? Like a 2 years experienced engineer has been paid around 20 lakhs, right? Being a bootstrap company, it's quite difficult. How do you think any entrepreneur should fight this, or what's the right way to go about it?
Naren, yeah.
It's working. So this point is actually not only impacting startups, it's also impacting large companies, right? I think the best thing for everybody to do is you need to be really disciplined about your hiring strategies. And these kinds of things, particularly when it feels like completely irrational, it is probably irrational, right? And you just wait it out. And as you're seeing, many of the companies that went through crazy hiring sprees last year, right now they're all laying off a bunch of people, right? So don't get caught up in something that is happening in a point in time. Just focus on what your longer term strategy is. I think one of the advantages that startups have is, you have your equity and to use alternate ways to attract talent, and people who are really good fit for startups, maybe they will look past your, fixed component, right? And so those are some of the techniques that you need to use, but don't get caught up in whatever happens, right? These bubbles go up and the bubbles burst, and you need to have a longer term strategy.
I'd just like to add to that, right? Plus for Naren, there are multiple bootstrap companies who are doing really well. And the part that Naren mentioned about the bubble, right? The focus certainly from a lot of VCs has changed to suddenly sending out those newsletters and PPTs out there saying that, hey, listen, focus on unit economics. What were you thinking prior to that? The focus always had to be unit economics, right? So if you focused on unit economics and had a strong vision, I've seen in a lot of founders, I've invested in 27 startups, and I've seen a lot of founders attract the best talent because of their vision and the opportunity that Madhurima in the past mentioned as well, right? If there's the right kind of opportunity, then people will come in. So I think you just need to focus on that and don't be worried about the cost, because lots of people are there who are looking for exciting opportunities.
Just to conclude that, so as an ecosystem, you see Silicon Valley, right? So there are people that are working for large corporations. There are also people who are working for startups. And the people who leave large corporations to do startups, and the startup people go and join corporations as well. So I think you will see a lot of entrepreneurs that are actually saying, let me do a startup. Let me see how far it goes. And then I take two years, go work for a large company for a while. And then I come back and do a startup. If you're already an entrepreneur once, I think it's a slippery slope. You continue to become one and going forward. But having said that, I think going to what Abhay and Naren talked about. So there is this very simple strategy. There are certain people who are looking for financial compensation because they have EMIs and where they have other things and so on and so forth that they need to do, and they just love that security and steadiness, stability, and all that stuff. And there are other people who are, they don't care about a lot of those things. They just want to do something absolutely phenomenal, challenging, tough, and problems that have not been solved, they want to solve, and so on and so forth. And there are several people in between. Now you need to decide which of these tendencies do you want to tap into. So probably the founding team is happy not to take a salary, but they're happy to just have the stock and get started, because that's the passion with which they come in. The next layer probably wants a little bit of money just because they don't want their spouses to be saying, what the hell are you doing? So they want some of that, but they have significant stock as well, which they feel is an important thing. At one time when I was making the suggestion 10 years ago, 15 years ago in Bangalore, they said, what is stock? I don't care about stock. But people do care about stock these days. And so on and so forth. It's like an onion. You're peeling the onion. You'll find more and more people who don't care about certain aspect of the compensation. They care about the other one. So you have to find the right mix. And when you are looking for those founding mentalities, the entrepreneurial mindsets, you will find people that will be happy to come in because of the challenge, because of the upside that the stocks will create, rather than the compensation. So you have to kind of find the right balance. And they may be the senior folks. The junior folks who have come out of college, they have this either naivete or ignorance or whatever. They don't know. And if you're trying to hire them, they will rather go work for large companies. And that will be a problem for you. But if you really need the architect types, you need the senior engineering guys who are building your first generation products, you probably don't want the younger ones. You probably want some of the more mid-range kind of people who are now looking for a challenge. They have some level of financial stability. They're looking for a challenge. So think about it differently than trying to go into the open market and try to solicit people. The first few hires are actually done through handpicking rather than general solicitation. Yeah. So with that, I will just conclude this session saying that Bangalore is the hotspot in the corporate wanting to set up their innovation programs here. You have seen several successes. There are Indian corporates, there are PSUs, there are Indian startups that have grown large, and they are looking at banking on startups to actually help them fire their innovation engine as well. And there are large MNCs who are building products for the globe, and they yet look at Bangalore as a place where they want to tap into the innovation and also get a pulse of how people are going about innovating, because that's also a sense that they get. It's just a pulse that they want to get. They want to be included. They want to appear in places like this at the BTS or a TAI or a NASCOM, and they just want to get a sense of what the hell is going on, so that they can go back and think in the same fashion, so that they can also innovate much more and think about building these products through innovative and creative ways rather than the ways that their own engineers would have conceived. With that, I will bring this session to a close. Thank you very much to all the panelists for joining us today. It's a wonderful session.
Once again, that was an excellent session, and thank you to all the wonderful panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause, please. I once again request Ms. Parnika Pavan Ram, who's the General Manager, Admin, Department of IT-BT, to please give the tokens of gratitude to the panelists. Let's hear for the panelists, ladies and gentlemen. A big round of applause. A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, a big round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. So that brings us to the end of today's session. And it's been a great experience having all of you here. Many thanks to the speakers, delegates, and the visitors as well. Hope to see you all in the next edition as well, which will be in 2023. Thank you, everyone, and have a great evening. Thank you.